Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Really haven't nailed my whole introduction piece yet. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hello, world. Way too obvious. Cannot stick with hello, world. But I feel like having a twist on it. But either way, we're back for some React programming, trying to have a bit of fun with it today. Because I have one big goal for the day. Well, not even for the day. The big project that I'm working on, my girlfriend's website, which is a thing that I dabbled with a couple times last week, I think, maybe the week before. And there's some animation pieces that I want to add to it. So I'm thinking of integrating some nice transitions and animation wrapper components into the LocalBoast library, similar to what Mantine has. We'll get into that later. But it occurred to me, I need to paint my nails. And I wanted to do that on stream, and I was torn between one of two colors. And so I figured, why not let chat decide? But I don't have a way to do that. Because I'm not an affiliate, I can't make a poll. I can't interact with chat in a meaningful way in terms of getting an answer to a question. Because I'm pretty sure that's locked behind affiliate status. But I'm a web developer, and I've built a tool that allows chat to interact with a web app. So we're going to see how long it takes to do this. But I'm going to start off this morning just trying to build a little poll tool into the LocalBoast app using the tools provided by the LocalBoast library. I think that'll be a fun thing. I want to do more stuff involving Twitch. I want to maybe eventually build like my own version of the chat bubbles that you see overlaying, streamers, having that kind of thing with full customization and just having it be a drag and drop thing that anyone can put into their website. I think that'd be quite cool. But today, basically trying to take stuff that is locked behind affiliate status and expose it to anyone for free. Being a real diva. I don't know. Let's just jump into it. So first things first, I need to put out the Discord call to arms, which I forgot to do before the stream started. Why is the music gone so quiet? That's why. The song had ended. So while I'm typing this, I should probably just, rather than just be staring at my dumb face, probably actually see what I'm typing. I'm not continuing work on Rosie's weird and wacky website. What we'll do, playing around with stream tools, like my own Twitch polling system. Go with that. Okay. So yeah, without further ado, let's just get into this. So this is all... I'm working on the assumption that the LocalBoast library has what is needed for this, because I built the chatbot stuff into it, but there's inevitably going to be use cases that aren't fulfilled by it, because I only really built it with the Etch-a-Sketch thing in mind. So yeah, I'm going to work off the assumption that the library has what we need and only add to it if we need to. And so for now, we're going to be working entirely on the website. Yarn dev. Sweet. This is actually the first day I'm going to be programming in Vivaldi, but not in Vivaldi, but using Vivaldi. Not going to show this Airbnb that my friends are looking at. That's a thing that I'm not used to with Vivaldi, is that it remembers the pages you had open when you last closed it. So I'll have to be aware of that to make sure that I'm not exposing, Amazon or something that has my address. That could be fun. Accidentally dox myself because a viewer suggested I use Vivaldi browser. So what are we? 9999. Missed a 9. Oh, HTTPS. I really could have just clicked this bad boy, but I like to do things the hard way sometimes. Okay. So we should have the framework in place for setting this kind of stuff up. I'll just go over to work in progress page, work in progress page, and go over here. I'm gonna just basically fork as much of this as possible to add on a new page. So let's see, will we get this positioned nicely? You go there, you go there. Beautiful. So I'm having trouble with my monitor today. It's like not letting me choose the full aspect ratio or the full resolution. So it's a lot more zoomed in than normal. So I'm definitely going to have some sizing issues today. Oh shit. Completely forgot to set a goal for the day. That was one of the things I meant to do. Do this on a separate monitor. Because yeah, we are, I want to say nearly at affiliate. Not quite, but we're getting there. What do I do it over here? We're on 32 followers, I believe. And once we get to... Sorry, I just opened the Twitch homepage. Fuck.
Won't let it
Okay. I was so confused where that music was. I thought I was being raided or something. What the fuck? I'd opened the Twitch homepage to set a goal, and I was commenting on the fact that obviously the very first live channel there, I don't even... Basically just gonna flash it on the screen. Very first live channel. Twitch is a great place for great people. I've really got to figure out Twitch a bit better in terms of setting goals and stuff. So like, let's see. There's got to be a fast way to do this. Come on. We're just going to sit through this. I know like a really fast way to do it through the chat. I could just type, you know, /goal. But I want to find how to do it on the dashboard. And I also don't want to show it on stream because that would be too interesting. Just come on, homepage. I don't know, I'm just going to Google it. Twitch set goal. Oh my god, they've made it ridiculously difficult. And like, it's probably just somewhere very obvious, but I should be able to Google the words. Like, this is what I'm Googling. Twitch set goal. And I'm getting like blog posts and help articles for how to do it. But there should just be the link. You know, they should just have a link to the page where you set your goal. And I'm not seeing that. There's, oh, link.twitch.tv. That might be it. Nope, this is a help article. Adding creator goals. And this is specifically to do with Twitch Studio, okay. And fuck it, this is stupidly difficult. I don't know. Is it difficult? Let's just go watch myself. I'll join my own chat. This is such a great way of doing it. Good job. /goal. Okay. I'm not going to have the goal be 40 because getting 8 followers in a single stream is very optimistic. I got 10 in one day once because I got raided. But I don't trust myself to do that. Next step to affiliate. Ooh, okay, so nope. God damn it, I set up like a Twitch alert overlay that it would hopefully do like a little animation when a goal starts, and it has just never worked. They have a way to demo it. Yeah, like doing it organically has just never worked for me, so let's just do the demo. Bear with me. Edit alerts. Goals. Goal started. Send test alert. Oh, so I guess it did work. It's just invisible. The shit. Gotta figure out why that didn't work. Twitch alerts. Oh shit, did I not actually add that to every scene? Did I add it to any scene? I'm just figuring out OBS. Like, I know how OBS works. Don't get me wrong. But sometimes it doesn't seem like I know how OBS works. It's just really counterintuitive sometimes. Okay. There's my Twitch alert in the global space. Okay. So that's what should have happened. Twitch alerts. Why can't I grab that? Oh god, OBS is not my friend sometimes, but I'm just going to walk away from it. We have a goal. We have a goal in place. We saw the animation. We heard the sound. Basically, let's see, can I show this? What's happening? Ignore the preview window. You're seeing me 100 times. Over here, I've got this like alerts group. And I have the Twitch alerts in there. So that should be global for every scene. But it seems that I did not have it in that group. And I must have added it ad hoc to like a single scene. I don't know. Someday we're going to discover where that window is, and it's going to be into some scene twice. And that's just going to be fun for everybody. Where am I? Where am I going? Okay, let's stick with this one. And yeah, back to being a professional streamer. Hang on. Okay. We're back going. Sweet. So we have our goal. I'm so good at doing things. So now we just want to fork this stuff, make a separate page in the website. Close those out. Okay. So we've got a bunch of pages already. Apps page. I'm trying to remember how I've even set this up. Okay, so under the apps folder, I've got different app doodads. I'm probably going to regret doing it this way, but I'm just going to copy paste and rename a bunch of shit. And I'm going to discover that there was no reason to copy it over because it was just a waste of time. And I might as well have just started from scratch, but let's go. What do we call this? Twitch poll? It's not a fun name, but Twitch poll. We might want some constants, but I'll just leave that empty for now. Twitch poll. Twitch poll. Okay. Yeah, I'm regretting forking this whole thing. I'm just gonna do the most fun thing a developer can do and delete several hundred lines of code at once. Twitch. Oh my god. You know, if I was gonna fork one of the existing apps, I probably should have forked the one that already had Twitch chat interaction, because then at least some of the imports would have been relevant. Whereas right now, oh, that joy of deleting everything. I just need to let the cat out. So I'll be back in 13 seconds. Time me. Also forgot to say, this morning I am drinking some homemade boba. Real bad, because I made it like 3 days ago, so they've swollen up, so they barely fit in the straw anymore. So enjoy that face and sound every time I take a sip. And some homemade kombucha, which is truly disgusting. I basically have to mix it 50-50 with apple juice to make it drinkable in the slightest. But I just tell myself that it's good for my gut. And I don't know, more hobbies are good, right? Making kombucha is a hobby. Cool. So let's start fleshing this out. I won't make a work in progress thing here until I have a screenshot of it, I guess. Screw it. I'll add one in so that I don't forget that it's there, and I can just have like no image or a placeholder image or something. Whip page? No. In progress page. And in progress sections. Yeah. So what do we call this? What did I call this? Twitch poll. Body. Giving a basic Twitch chat polling system, because regardless of whether or not Twitch want me as an affiliate, available for anyone to use on their channel. Screw it. It's a bit I'm not great at like typing up copy for things, especially when it's somewhat like marketing-y wise, be like promoting the product. I'm just not great at that stuff. I think I made the image optional, so we'll see. Component theme, let's go tertiary, just because everything is secondary, primary. Let's go tertiary with it. And this link, I need to add it to the paths. That's what. Playback. I keep forgetting what I'm calling it. Twitch poll. Twitch poll. I could just call it poll. Yeah, I'm just going to call it poll for now to make a nicer URL. Paths.twitch poll. I think I would eventually like to... Basically, I haven't explored it all with YouTube chat. And having just watched like Doug's stream where he has Twitch chat and YouTube chat bots running, it seems that YouTube chat is way more difficult. It's also just like a very different concept, because with YouTube chat, it is only active when you're actually live, whereas with Twitch chat, it's constantly there regardless of whether or not the channel is live. So I have no idea in terms of an actual bot running polling for it, and like, you know, joining the channel and stuff, how different the authentication is, and you know, how much of the code I can reuse. Hopefully some. And basically, if I ever actually start getting YouTube chat interactions, maybe I'll look into that. Because right now, yeah, everything is like Twitch chat based. Proof of concept for my use Twitch chat hook, like all of that is based around Twitch chat. But it would be nice to have it be like dynamic, where you can like choose what platforms you want to interact with, choose, you know, authenticate with YouTube and or Twitch. But for now, it's just going to be Twitch centric. So we've got that set up. If I click there, nothing happens because it's not in the router. I was playing around with the error page, this like 404 thing, so I have a bad import there. And all apps, yeah, need to include it in here. So paths dot Twitch poll component. Oh my god. Twitch poll. Oh my god, I've just lost the ability to type. Haven't streamed in like a week, and suddenly I am unable to type on this keyboard. Twitch poll. Cool. We good? Good. Yay, and now I'm not getting a 404 anymore, just an empty component. Sweet. I really need to set up some mobile routing system here. Just like, because I'm going to be doing a lot of this programming, I think, in mobile view, because it's going to be like this. And having the, I can never think of what the browser's called, Vivaldi. Having Vivaldi, the way it's got this like side tab panel, it just makes me long for a way to change between the pages along the left. So maybe we'll get to that sooner or later. But for now, Twitch poll. Fix your imports, man. There we go. Okay, currently doing nothing. Not even a React component because it's not even returning null. Is it complaining about that? I would have thought it would complain about that. Too hidden. God, this is just horrible layout for this debugger. I would have liked if the debug panel went along the bottom here, but I guess it's sort of encapsulating that like this is the browser panel and these things are separate. So like I can have a Chrome, like an entirely separate browser panel here, and I guess that doesn't interact with this, so it wouldn't make sense for it to span the two. But yeah, we're just learning the quirks of Vivaldi. What is it complaining about here? I'm just getting real sidetracked real early. Header nav item. Sorry, I'm covering the error. Yeah, it's basically I'm passing a ref to a component that doesn't expect a ref. And I don't know if that's, I assume it's something I'm doing wrong. Ref. Header nav drop down item. Is it because I'm doing it polymorphic like? Menu.item component being that child link config. And that shouldn't have a ref, I don't think. That's weird. Maybe it's something Mantine's doing. Yeah, because I'm not passing a ref through. So I'm just going to ignore that. Pretend it's a Mantine issue and use it as another excuse to someday stop using Mantine and be entirely self-dependent. Oh damn, do I actually have 4 viewers? This is the first time I've been good about having my Twitch manager open on my phone in front of me. If there's anyone in chat, please feel free to chime in, let me know you're here. Don't have to be nervous, I won't put you on the spot. Just nice to know nice to know how much sense I should be talking. You know, am I just talking to a little mirror of myself? Oh, you're here. Awesome. What is it? Discuttle? Dayscuttle? Awesome. I think that's the first time name. Happy to see you. Right. Now I feel the pressure to actually build some stuff. Okay, so Twitch poll. So I'm basically going to grab the implementation I did before with my etchat sketch, which should probably cover what that actually is, because I'm going to mention it a few times here. I've got a thing I built using my library, which is like an etch-a-sketch thing that, oh my god. Okay, my first time running this in Vivaldi, and it is, I've clearly not tested it too thoroughly on different browsers. I'm going to try it on Firefox, where I'm pretty sure I'll be logged in. Yeah, I need to fix up how I'm doing authentication handling. Oh, thank you. I did type before, but it might not have popped up. Was asking how you was. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I feel like the chat bubbles I'm using, it's like some third-party library to give them a nice styling, and I feel like it is missing some messages. So apologies for that. I also might have just not seen it, and it might have disappeared in time. Yeah, I'm doing good. Trying to get some good habits this week. I think I start every week saying like, okay, now I'm gonna stream like 3 times this week, if not even more. Have a great stream on a Monday, and then by like Wednesday, life gets in the way, and then, well, I skipped Wednesday's stream, so I might as well start again strong next week. But gonna try to be good about it this week. So let's see if it works on Firefox. We might have to do all our testing in there. God fucking damn it. Okay, so we found our first little detour. Fixing what the fuck this CSRF token bug is. Expecting null, and we found a token. Okay, wonder what that is. It's basically, I'm going to try to remind myself of how this even works. No need to apologize at all. Glad that you're well though. Always good to have a goal. Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if I stick with it this time, but try not to be hard on myself if I don't. So yeah, in theory, what the chat sketch thing is doing is it's running a Twitch chat bot locally. So basically, there's like a Twitch chat bot that I've registered with Twitch, and then when you open up the browser page, you authenticate yourself that the bot can act on your behalf to view a chat. And so just by like, that's why you have to go through this authentication step with a Twitch pop-up. And it should just be a case of, you know, clicking, I authenticate this bot to run on my account, whatever. And what that does is it just allows there to be an instance of a bot running in your browser that is able to look at incoming Twitch messages. And what I've done with that as a proof of concept to like show it off, I built this Etch-a-Sketch component. So like a little line be drawn when you type into chat, up, down, left, right, all that stuff. And as part of Twitch, I'll turn the music down, might be a bit quiet, or I might be a bit quiet. As part of that authentication, I both need to detect that there's an authentication token, but I also need to generate a unique ID in the authentication request and make sure that that ID matches what Twitch have sent back. So at the point of doing this authentication, this little Twitch auth page where they redirect us, it's trying to compare tokens. And for whatever reason, that's not lining up. Your sounds are good. Cool. Thank you very much for a bit of feedback. Chatterino is the chatbot I use, lol. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've deliberately not done too much like market research to see what other options are out there, because basically my goal here is not just to have access to these tools, but basically be like, I'm a web developer trying to build a fun portfolio of things. So I'm like, yeah, screw it. I'm just going to try build it from scratch, see where I get. So a lot of the stuff I'm doing on stream and in my library is like reinventing a wheel, but you know, it's going to be my wheel. The one that I can hopefully be proud of. So let's just go to the code where I'm doing this expecting stuff and see why it would be expecting null and blah, blah, blah. I just got into coding, did my first to-do list and a password generator. I was a junior doc before but needed a change. Oh, goddamn, that's a big change. Damn. Yeah, like I imagine, was it like stress of being a doctor or something? Because I know just from having friends who tried to get into medicine, insane requirements and pressure and stuff. So like, yeah, I can definitely see needing to switch to something less pressure, something you're a bit more passionate about, which for me was programming. A lot of people in my computer science course then transitioned to something because it was too much pressure for them, and you know, they weren't vibing with it. The hours I was doing was insane, but loved the work though. Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know. yeah, yeah, I don't know where that sentence was going. Yeah, that's it. I've got one friend who actually stuck with medicine, and despite like still living in the same town as all my other friends, like I've since moved away, so I haven't seen him in years. But even my friends who live real near him still only see him like once every 2 months or so, because it's so rare that he gets a night off even. So yeah, it's not the lifestyle I'd want. But yeah, hopefully you found something that works for you a bit better. All right. One week I did 140 hours. My God, are there even 140 hours in a week? Had to be on call at 7 a.m. then work the following day. You're more private than NHS though. Fair enough. Yeah, I got in here. I thought I was impressive that when I used to work at home base, I sometimes had to do like 50 hours a week. I thought I was a badass for that. But goddamn. Hopefully you were paid well for that 140 hours. Hopefully that wasn't just like unpaid overtime. I have no idea what kind of contract you're on though. Okay, gotta find that error message. Mismatching CS or F token. Same pay. Okay. Yeah, I could see why you'd get out of that. Because at least with my 50 hours at home base, I was paid for those extra hours. So the error is coming in. So I've got this dedicated Twitch auth page, which is its entire purpose. You're never actually meant to like redirect or go there directly on the website. The whole point of it is to be the endpoint for this pop-up modal. I'm gonna mansplain some authentication stuff. Basically, the way it works, I send a request to Twitch, and I have to do it in a new browser window. Basically, I think if I do it, I could do it on the same page, but it would require the entire page content going away. And you know, I want where you are, the context to stay there. So that's why I have it happening in a pop-up. I load a Twitch URL, providing the basically saying that we want the user to authenticate here, and I need to give them an endpoint for them to send the user back to. And so that's why there's this dedicated Twitch auth page that's entire purpose is just to be a landing page for Twitch to send the user back to, so that we can do something with the credentials they provided. And so if you actually look at the URL, just gonna, thank you very much for the follow.
Long live Chouse _Twitch6 Scammon.
I assume it's long live Chaos, Twitch6 Scammon. Oh, so many scam bots. I'm sure that one's gonna unsubscribe or unfollow real soon. Got me so excited until why do they put scam in the name? I don't understand the Twitch ecosystem enough to understand that. Hopefully this one doesn't unfollow. Sometimes the bots follow and forget to unfollow. We'll see. I'll stick the follower goal wherever it is up there updated. So that's something. 33 out of 35. Yeah. So in theory, Twitch sends the user back to this page. And all we do, I'm doing it kind of a naive way. I think I need to rethink the current strategy, but right now it's basically setting it into local storage. So we're using this hook that I've written, use local storage, which is kind of like a use state hook, but it interacts with the actual local storage system, which allows the different browser tabs, the browser windows to, you know, share information. And so yeah, when Twitch sends the user back there, the access token is in the URL, and we, in theory, set that stuff in the browser. But first, what we do is we check the CSRF token, and for whatever reason, they're mismatching. So let's try to dive into that and find where the bug is. So it was saying, I should probably not be showing these tokens live on stream. I think the CSRF token is probably fine. It's just a randomly generated thing, but we'll see. I'll keep the error off screen for now. Sorry, I missed that message. You would be on call. There would be no call out. What? There would be no call out. I would not be allowed to come home until 7 a.m., then go back to work until 9 a.m. until 5, 6 p.m. I don't know how, I don't know how you can live. I don't know if you have or at least we're trying to maintain a social life. I'm sure it was impossible. Like, here I am doing this stuff twice a week, and I use that as an excuse for not having a social life. Okay. So we'll try to get to the bottom of this bug. So basically, when we do the authentication piece, we generate a random token, and that is set within the somewhere in the use Twitch chat bot hook. Social life was non-existent. Yeah, I'd assume so. CSRF token. So this is where that should be getting set. So it's possible that I broke it when I switched stuff out to use local storage like this. It was doing it more manually before, and then I swapped it out for this nice little hook. So I assume that's where the bug is coming in. So set ls, oh my god. Set ls CSRF token. So that should be happening here. So at the point of doing this thing of opening the pop-up window, we should be setting into local storage this random ID. And then in theory, what happens when the browser window pops up, you click the authenticate thing, the redirect happens, you land on that auth page. Twitch gives us back the CSRF token we gave them so we can compare. And we're expecting null, which means that in local storage, we've got null. So that's the question. It could be, basically I passed in this null option to make it nullable, as in, you know, the local storage value. It'll either have a value or it'll be null if it's not set yet. So what was it? I left 3 to 4 months ago, went on holiday to Bali, enjoying the freedom and finally getting into coding, which is what I've always been interested in. Also treated myself to a MacBook, lol. Very, very similar story with me. Well, again, not that similar. I went to America a few years into my computer science degree, always wanted to switch over to a MacBook, and MacBooks are so much cheaper over there. So that's, yeah, I got mine over there. Didn't declare it when coming back, obviously, as I'm sure you're supposed to. But yeah, I've still got that thing from like 2015, which being a MacBook from 2015, it's unusably slow and unupgradable. But yeah, it's cool though. I do like, you know, people being willing to make massive changes just from like, you know, realizations like you said, going on holiday. I don't know if that was the impetus for making the switch. But like similar to me, I quit my job nearly a year ago now, because I was just like way too stressed about it. I kind of hated the constantly being on call, not like you were on call, but as in like having Slack on my phone, being like just one of, you know, 30 engineers at the company, but for some reason feeling the need to constantly be there to fix a problem with the website if it comes up at 11 p.m. at night. Yes, I hated that kind of pressure. So, and I think it was the fact that I moved somewhere really nice with like a really nice park across the road, and being there made me enjoy life a lot more. And that's why, I think that like that's what made me want to leave the job, is that if I'd been somewhere more miserable, I probably would have been fine with the misery. But it was the fact that I was living somewhere nice made me want more from life, I guess. And thankfully I had enough savings to last this long, at least, without a job. Okay, so I'm pretty sure, like I was saying, I'm pretty sure it's the way we're handling this null value as like the default. And for whatever reason, I wonder, are we actually setting the value at any point? So I'll check that much. So what will we do? So at this page, I'm gonna stick, so I don't want to just stick like access tokens, you know, to the console on stream. But what would be a good way to do this? Screw it. I'm gonna stick a debugger in here, and I'll have to rebuild the library, but screw it. Stick a debugger in there. Lost my mouse. New library pane. Yarn build. Yeah. As while we're waiting, figure I'd take the opportunity to say, Twitch is saying I've still got 4 viewers, so if anyone currently watching would feel like following me, give me a follow. As you can see, I've got a follow goal up in the corner, and including that bot that followed and is probably unfollowed, we're well on our way to the next step. When we get to 50, we'll become an affiliate.
New follower, Doscuttle.
Thank you very much, Doscuttle. Yeah. Oh, so I was saying Day Scuttle. Yeah, my only way of reading chat is by the pop-ups that you're seeing on stream, because I've got like a teleprompter here, so I'm just looking at myself in chat. And so yeah, apologies for misreading it. But thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Do Scuttle. Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes I go by what the text-to-speech says, and sometimes it's dead wrong. So I think when that bot followed, it like mispronounced chaos to like chouse. That just made me laugh until I realized it was a bot, and I got sad. Okay, so I've rebuilt that. So this should be in there with the debugger. So at this point, I'll just refresh just in case. So we should hit a breakpoint when I authenticate now. So we've stuck a random ID. No, we haven't done it yet because that's on the next line. So if I check local storage dot get item, and what is the local storage key that I'm using? This guy. So I'm just making sure. Okay. Because it's a new browser. I'll zoom in so you can see what it's saying. Because this is a new browser, like I said, haven't developed with Vivaldi before. It's like not letting me paste anything into the console because it thinks I'm being scammed. So it's like hackers could steal your identity or stuff. So I need to. I always find this funny. I've only had to do this like 2 or 3 times in my past. Allow pasting. Yay. Local storage dot get item UUID. Okay, so it's null as it's supposed to be. And then on the next line, we should be setting that. So I just want to see, and it's still null. Okay. Interesting. Although that might be happening in a use effect. I'm just gonna breakpoint it. And then check. So it's still null. That is interesting. We'll zoom out because that's crazy small. Okay, so yeah, basically what happened was this was all using just, you know, like local storage.set item, local storage.get item. And I reworked it to use this use local storage hook, because that's something that makes it real handy just to like persist data, especially for like running games and stuff. You want to, you know, load in the default state being the previous state. So you want to all persist all those changes to local storage. And it seems like it's just completely broken. Although it's been working in every other sense than this. So when I call set item, what is actually happening? Set value, that is a callback. No, that's actually use state, right? And I'm probably got a use effect to sync that. So when the value changes, there's definitely a use effect that's set to update that value. So maybe what I just need to do is, I think I might be hitting a timing issue. Yeah, okay. So I wonder, am I hitting a timing issue in that I've got one instance of the page that's setting local storage, local state to be the new value, and only when that new render happens, it'll actually persist that to local storage. But at the point of persisting it to local storage, there's a new window has opened and has seen that there isn't a value, and so it's wiping out the change. Basically what I'm thinking is I might need to change it so that instead of directly calling the state setter, I need to basically call a wrapper that'll call the state setter and also persist to local storage immediately. So let's just try that. Set value immediate. And I'll just make a function that does that. it'll have to be a use callback because we want all of the things returned from these hooks to be like reference safe. Const, that's the value, that's the thingy. So this is going to be a use callback. I'm going to have to do another one of those typing challenges soon. Basically, a few streams ago, I did a thing where anytime I typoed, I had to go off to a website called Monkey Type and do a typing test. It's just a little punishment. And it got pretty chaotic. I ended up having to do like 30 tests, which I expected to be way more. Got real good at typing. Fast. Not that clearly, though. Still made a lot of typos. But maybe I'm in need of that still. So this guy is going to be calling set value with whatever value is passed in. And the value passed in is going to be the arguments of this. This typing is going to be awkward. So parameters, no, what am I doing? Parameters of this 0. Does that work? Basically, I need this function to take the same value type as what gets passed into the set value function. Oof. That's actually going to be awkward. Because basically what's happening here is with React calling set state, you can either pass it the direct value, or you can pass it a function that gets the current most up-to-date value and then passes it through and returns the updated value. Basically, like you either give it the value or you give it a function that gets the value. And that's why the return type is so awkward here, and I'm trying to just match this guy. But it's occurring to me that at the point of calling local storage, we need to make sure that we're not just setting a function into our local storage, that we're actually setting the value. So let's see this. Set state arg. Okay, that's probably why the typing was wrong, because I needed to give it a name. I've used TypeScript for like nearly 2 years now, and I'm still not great at it. Zero. Okay. It's happy with that. Cool. So this set state arg is basically either going to be a value of type t or a function that returns the value of type t. So I think I need to do some stuff with this here. So I need to check if set state arg, type of set state arg is equal function. Then I'm going to call set value, old value. Basically, I'm going to have to inject my local storage setting into, either conditionally inject it into the state setter or do it outside normally. It's very awkward. Actually, this can all happen inside of the state setter. It doesn't need to be conditional. So we'll do it there. We've got the old value. So we're at this point we'll say if set state arg, if it's a function, then we'll call set state arg with the old value. Can I do that? That should be correct. It's saying it has no callable signatures, and yet I've just made sure that it's a function. I think I might need to TS ignore this, but we'll see. I'm going to move on to the else. Else set state arg Um, I do that. Yeah, I think that's the correct way to handle this. Otherwise, I'll be returning just the new value directly. Set state arg. So I think the problem is that TypeScript isn't seeing this type of check as a sufficient refinement. But I'm pretty sure it does satisfy it, I think. So I'm just going to stick a TS ignore in there. TS ignore. And hope that it all works out. And so before doing this, I also need to shit. Yeah, so I still do need a conditional thing. I'm doing a bad job here. Do I have a callback set for neatly persisting to local storage? So where am I doing that? Local storage dot set item. So I think it's this guy that's handling the actual setting or removing if the new value is undefined. So maybe this. Yeah. So maybe the core logic of this use effect needs to go into a callback, I think, so that I can reuse it. So let's see, can I steal that? And make a new callback that writes to local storage, write to ls. Let's call back. And the value, is it of type T? Value is of type T. So that's our reuse of that logic for persisting the state values to local storage. And that's just going to be able to persist an arbitrary value. I hope. It's not complaining about unused values here. So I think that's or undeclared dependencies in the callback. So I think that should hopefully be safe. And now in here, this is where I need to use this function. So what is this about? I'm just missing a bracket. There I am. So in here, so if it's not a function, simply write to local storage with set state arg. And if it is a function, then I need to call Okay, I understand. I follow now. Let new value. New value is going to be set here. And new value is going to be set here. And that way, we're just saying that if it's a function, call the function. Otherwise, use the value directly. And this can probably just be a ternary, right? New value equals... It's going to give me a TypeScript issue though, isn't it? Arc. Yeah, I'll have to silence that TypeScript warning now. And then return the new value. TS ignore. Aha, okay, so now we are getting dependency warnings. But it's just refs, so that is fine to include and we don't need to think too much about it. And I haven't actually called that function down here where I stole it, have I? Where did I take this function from? I'm worried. Use local storage. Right. Okay, I stole it all from here. So now we'll just call that instead. Write to ls. Okay, so I'm not getting any warnings now. So what have I changed? That the setter returned from use local storage, it isn't just the state setter. It's a wrapper that calls the state setter and also immediately writes it to local storage. Because I think that's the source of the bug. So let's see. Let's see if I've broken everything. Rebuild this. Welcome again to any new followers who are joining us. I see we've got 5 viewers in chat, which is genuinely a lot more than normal, as far as I'm aware. So I'm going to do this off stream just so that I don't actually accidentally flash a CSRF token. It shouldn't be there. Okay, so that's not fixed the problem. It's still expecting null, which is really annoying. So it's possible that that entire change was completely unneeded. So I'm going to try to debug this over here. So this Twitch auth page, his entire purpose in life is just going to be to return null and debugger as soon as he pops up. Because I feel like having 2 instances open using the same local storage key is maybe what's causing the problems. So authenticate. Right, so this guy, the breakpoint, if I reload that, that's confusing. I don't know why that flashed over here. What the fuck? Why would reloading this page do that? I gotta stop showing that on screen. I'm just very confused right now. Maybe that's just some quirk to how pop-ups work in Vivaldi. Yeah. This is a pain. So the problem I'm having now, I need to debug the browser window that pops up to see if the value was there in local storage at the point that the window opens. And if it's my hook that loading it that's breaking it, or it's the original hook setting it that's breaking it. But I can't stick a debugger on a new window, the first render, obviously. So, okay, so what I'm going to do instead of all this stuff that I said I'd do instead, where I'm opening the window, I'm just not going to open it. So yeah, I'm just going to return here. And hopefully it builds, because it doesn't like that there's like unreachable code, but yes, we're returning early. Let's see if that builds. It's probably going to give me a build error. Might have to get rid of that stuff. Yeah. This is a hell of a detour. Because like building a poll bot in general was a detour. And then having to fix a bug with the Twitch chat system. Oh my god. Have I really got it killing the build for every for every warning. I've got to fix that. Just ESLint disable. It's a TypeScript issue, is it? God, I love disabling warnings. These build tools really speed up our lives. Get auth URL. Okay, so now this whole thing is unused. If this happens a lot, I should really look into a way to just like a build command that just bypasses warnings. Because I think it's good to have it breaking the build just so that I'm not, releasing an actual build that has issues or like debuggers in place. But having to do this each time is real annoying. Okay, so in theory now, yeah, it's not opening the pop-up at all. Good. So here we should be able to inspect if our local storage has the stuff, and it doesn't. So it's simply never setting it, which is really weird. So we've got the UUID, and we're calling the setter. What's happening in the setter? Going in here. Set state arg is just the number directly, so it's not a function. So our new value is just the number. Writing to local storage in theory. So it's got to be this whole function that I extracted that's broken. Default value being null. String value is the number. Good, good. If string value... Yeah, a lot of this is like untested stuff. Oh shit. YouTube comments. YouTube chat. That's cool. Why do you have so little online? You tell me. Relatively new or just bad at consistency, I guess. But yeah, thanks for joining. I agree. I think it's cool. But thank you for being here. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Okay. So it's just skipping over this entirely. I have no idea why. That's really weird. Okay, this could just be the inspector being weird. But we're going in here. You're Russian. Fair enough. Yeah, I figured that was the case from the letters, but yeah, I didn't want to be wrong. Yeah, happy to have you. Russian follower. How long have you been studying programming? I studied it in university. What age am I now? 29. Probably started 10 years ago. So I would have graduated 6-ish years ago. Was employed as a web developer for 5 or 6 years. 5 years, I guess. I think my numbers are wrong. I guess I started 11 years ago. Graduated 7 years ago. Was employed for like 6 years as a web developer, and I've just been doing my own thing for a year now. So too long to still be so naive with a bunch of stuff. But yeah. What about you? Are you new or a veteran? Looking for advice or looking to educate someone? Right. Damn, I skipped over the important bit. So the problem is it was just not entering the block that it needed to enter. And I need to figure out why. So at this point, our string value is the actual value we want to set, and the default string value is null. So is that the problem? We're stringifying the word null? Probably not. Let's keep going. So at this point, this condition is false, obviously. So we're not entering that. So we should be entering this else block, but it didn't seem like we were. I hate when the debugger does this. Like, it won't let me put a breakpoint on the line that it should be able to breakpoint. And it just seems to be skipping over this entire condition. Okay, so it is actually entering it, and it's setting the local storage value. You can see it's right there. It is setting it. And then is it unsetting it? It's unsetting it immediately after. What the fuck? Okay. So who is calling this function with a null value? Oh, good. You try to learn Java? Everything seems to be clear when compared with C. Yeah. We had to learn C for our whole first year of university. And it's like, I appreciate it in terms of moving on from there, having like a real bare bones understanding of like primitives and kind of like pointers and stuff. But yeah, actual object oriented programming with a nice language like Java or JavaScript, it's so much nicer than using a real, I don't know if it's right to call C a low level language. I think it is, but yeah, I wouldn't want to go back to using C. Even moving on to C++, which I know a lot of like game engines use and stuff, I find that way too bare bones, way too low down. Yeah, I just love JavaScript as a language. It's really nice. So who is calling this function? Because we don't want them to be. We have a use effect that our value is updating to null. Why would value be null? Huh. Okay, that's really weird. So it's one of those cases where like so much of it seems to be working right. It's doing the job it should be. When value becomes null, it should be flushing all the stuff out. So it's this guy is detecting value is null, so it's doing all the stuff. But why would value be null? I'm just gonna have to stick debuggers all over the place to figure that out. Especially because the inspector doesn't seem to be entering every block I want it to be. So I guess this is a question with Vivaldi. Where's the refresh button? There it is. I am blind. Okay. So there should be, oh shit, I didn't rebuild the library. So those breakpoints aren't going to be there. Okay. So now everything's going to become real clear. Okay. So I don't know why that happened in a pop-up window. Because I had a second instance open. I still had a separate window from earlier open. And that's where the extra run with the null value is coming from. Okay. Fuck. Sorry, it wasn't letting me interact with the window for a second. So this effect is when local storage updates outside of our doing. Right, okay. What about local storage? Right. Bear with me here. Value is null. Why would new value be null? Okay. So what's happening here? I've got two instances of the hook running. The hook for handling local state and local storage. When one of them sets local storage, the other one recognizes that local storage has been updated somewhere else and is supposed to sync that into local state. And that's, in theory, what's happening here. So we're looking at, what the new value has been changed to externally, and we're seeing that value. It's really small for you guys, sorry. Oh.
New follower, long live chow _Twitch scamu 3.
I don't know why they put Twitch scam in the name. Still, I don't know. I was going to say it still fills me with joy to see the follower notification, but long live chaos. Okay, well, at least at least my little bubbles aren't showing the spam. Basically, they're spamming chat. Well, not spamming, but putting bullshit scam stuff into chat. I don't want to see that. And thankfully, it's not on the overlay. So we'll just pretend it's not there. So we're getting the new value, and we're trying to parse that new value if we need to parse it. That's what this parse value function does. In case the new value is an object or something that needs parsing. Actually, does that make sense? Yeah, it does. Because, say, if it's a complex data structure, or if it's just like an array or something, we want the local state to be the nice object structure, even if the local storage is always a string, because local storage is always a string. So you need to parse it or stringify it. So that's what this parse value function is intending to do. We're seeing this new value and seeing if it needs to be parsed, and doing that if it needs to. And for some reason, it's returning the value as being null, even though we've got a value, because the default value is coming in as null here. So let's have a look at the parse value function and try to see why that would be happening. So our value to parse was an actual string. So we come down here, needs parsing is having a value to parse, correct. And type of value to parse is a string, correct. And type of default value is not a string. So the problem is that I'm using the default value as a guideline for how the object should look. As if the default value is an empty array, then you know that the object is an array. But if the default value is null, is like a string or null, then being given a null value, I'm using that as an indicator that it's not a string and therefore needs to be parsed. So I guess I could just say, like, basically check for the truthiness of the default value. Default value and type of default value is not a string. So that way we're checking that the default value is something that needs to be parsed into form, but also isn't a string. And now I'm just considering, would we ever need to parse, a string with the null signifier? So if the default value were null, I don't think that tells us anything in terms of whether or not it needs to be parsed. Yeah, because if we've got value to parse, then the thing isn't null. Oof. Unless the value to be parsed is a string that says null. What happens if you json.parse null? json.parse null. It does actually give you the value null. So we do want to be able to persist the null value. I'm going to need to take a break real soon just to clear my head, because this is already kind of frying me. I thought I was going to be playing around with fun UI stuff. And now I'm debugging awkward shit. So instead of checking if default value exists, could I explicitly check for default value is not null? I think I need to understand the problem more still though. Okay, so we come in here, default value is null, we have a value to parse. So default value being, it's not a string because it's null. Yeah, so we need to parse it. We tried to parse it. And it fails because we're calling json.parse on a bunch of numbers. Which should work. So why would that give us back null? Okay, I think I need to inspect what's actually happening here. So if default value is null and value to parse and value to parse and type of value to parse is a string. So this should hopefully tell us when we're hitting the exact issue we're hitting. So let's see. Over here. Okay. It's kind of frozen. I need to rebuild the library anyway. Okay. Can I just refresh the page? Will that fix everything? The dev tools just seem to be frozen. Okay, the whole tab is completely broken. That's fun. Cool. Okay, so I think, yeah, I've still got that other tab open, and I'll unpause him. Okay. So this is our bug that we have just hopefully reproduced. So default value being null, and we have a value to parse. And for some reason, our function here is returning null instead of returning the value to parse. So why is that? Let's see. So I think needs parsing should be true. Aha, so it's defaulting the parsed value to null. Needs parsing. Why is it not telling me? If needs parsing, what it should be telling me true or false if I hover over this, which is really annoying. So we have a value to parse. The type of is string, and the type of default value is not string. So needs parsing should be true. Yep, so we come in here. We're calling parse on this. Non-white space character after JSON at position 2. What the fuck? And the parser is json.parse. I've verified that here. And if I call json.parse, okay, so I think I have it in my mind. We don't want to be parsing here because it's a string number, not a number. And so we don't want it to be parsed into a number because then it's the wrong type entirely. So we need this condition to not recognize, null as not being a string. So it needs parsing if default value is not null, no, that's not true, because sometimes the default value could be null and we might still want to parse it. Okay. So this check, the point of it, checking for default value not being a string, is like if the default value is something that needs stringifying or needs parsing, i.e. it's not a string. But if what we've been given as the default value is null, if it's nullable, and we've been given null, then it's not a type string. And so what I'm thinking of checking is like, is the default value null and the value that needs parsing is not the words and the letters NULL? Because that's, I think, the only case where we have a falsy string that needs parsing. I suppose 0 also. Oh, I think this might need a lot of thinking. Because I've made this all generic, so it's all like automatically detecting the typings and stuff. And that is, I think, is kind of screwing me over. And it needs to be usable, it needs to be able to detect these typings automatically. Default value that we give it is null. That shouldn't tell us whether or not, that shouldn't tell us anything about whether or not the value needs parsing. So I need to refine this condition to check if the default value is is not a string. And so what am I saying? Default value is not null, or that. So what am I saying here? Only we want to parse it if the default value is something other than null. Or I'm kind of lost. Oh, yeah, I've just lost the thread of this entirely. This is really frustrating. Is deriving whether or not something needs parsing from the default value just wrong to begin with? If I simply say default value and type of default value is not string. So that means that we're no longer detecting, we're no longer forcing parsing if the default value is null or undefined. But it also means that we're never parsing it if the value is null or undefined. God, this has ended up being so much more technical and mind-hurty than I ever intended it to be. This is the kind of case where, yeah, I really got to look into testing. My library, I think I once set it up with a testing suite. So it's got testing tools, capabilities in there, but I just do not use it at all. And having actual tests to run against this so I can make sure that like every possibility works would be great. I'm not going to do that now, though. I'm going to figure this out through perseverance. As a do as I say, not as I do kind of thing. So, okay, I think the music needs to be more intense. You know, give some real life or death stakes to this. What's interesting, however, I'm just noting, at least one of those spam bots didn't unfollow. So that's good. I wonder how many of my current followers are actually spam bots that just forgot to unfollow. So, rubber duck this. The reason that parse value even considers the default value is so that it knows whether or not, when it gets in a string, it needs to know, should it even be parsed? Because say in this case, you know, if the value to parse is a string of the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it doesn't know if that's if we want it to be a string with those numbers, or if we want it to be numbers that need to be parsed. And so the reason we're considering the default value is that if the default value is numbers, then we can surmise that this needs to be parsed into numbers. And if the default value is an empty string, we can surmise that this is meant to be left as a string. But the problem is that if the type is string or null, and the default value is null, then we need to know to ignore this. But we also don't really know whether or not the thing needs to be parsed. Yeah, we're kind of fucked. Because this could be a string, or it could be a complex object. And the possibility of it being nullable and the default value being null is no longer enough to know whether or not this needs parsing. Shit. So I think it might be, with this current setup, with this current API, it might be impossible to solve. Which is almost good, because I would explain why I have struggled so much to figure out how to solve it. So what is a better way of deriving it? Because I've currently got it that you don't need to pass in a custom parser and stringifier. That I've got stories for this. Use local storage stories. I just run the storybook so we can see that. LocalBoast, yarn, storybook. So stories for it. What am I even doing? Use local storage. And why was I doing that? Remind me. Oh my god, my mind has gone blank. Ah, maybe I need to just walk away and play some video games on stream. Not walk away. Just play some video games. Maybe we'll do that. Right, it was around having default values. And in some cases they're set, and in some cases they're not. Was that in Storybook? I thought I did. Yeah, okay. So like with string, we don't need to pass in a stringifier or a parser because strings are the easiest. They're persisted as strings, they're loaded in as strings. We're good. With numbers, we still don't have to pass in custom stringifier or parser because we've passed in a default number, so it's being derived that the type of these is a number, and it's being parsed as a number. And then with, we can specify a custom typing, object or null, and that way we can give it null as a default value. So this is my current API for it, that you don't need to pass in custom parsers, but only at the point that the default parsers of json.parse and json.stringify don't work. So where am I doing it here? So I can pass in custom parsers and stringifiers if I need to, but that it'll derive whether or not it needs parsing from this default value. So I wonder what my options are in terms of the API and making it work. I don't even think making it so that you always have to specify a thingy, a type. I don't think that would help us. Because I think the problem is still there when we are using set types. So like, yeah, in this case, we're passing a specific type. Sorry, my dog just got let into the room to in the hopes that she'd calm down, and then she just stayed at the door crying, and my partner had to let her back out. So I'm sure she's being fun in the other room. I don't have to deal with her now, though. Yeah, so mandating that you have to pass in a custom thing custom type doesn't fix it. So the API needs a way of specifying that this type needs parsing. Which is annoying. And like, I know that type can be derived as being string or null, or object or null, but you can't check typings at runtime. So I can't, conditionally, parse depending on whether the object is a type string or not. So I think I do need to have a needs parsing option in the API, which is really annoying. I don't like that. How does Mantine do it? Because I think they have a similar thing here. Local storage. I'm not stealing their implementation just by looking at their implementation and stealing it. Don't clip that. Oh yeah, they have this create storage thing, which is really complex. Because I think they have different hooks for use local storage versus use session storage. And it like shares a lot of code, but it makes it a lot harder to understand. So they have a concept of serialize and deserialize. And it seems that they are providing default values. Yeah, so they've got serialize and deserialize. So their way of deserializing is just, if we have a value, parse it. Which is interesting. Return value. Okay, I guess that gets them out. If value is null or undefined, we'd be returning null or undefined, because we wouldn't be advancing to this point. Okay, so where is deserialize JSON called? Serialize. So they are explicitly checking if it's not null. So I think at this point, storage value is like the T. It's the complex, it's the non-string type. And so it's then just checking if it's not null, deserialize. Otherwise, return the value as type T. Aha, okay. So it's using the default value if it is null. Right, so they're not allowing null to be a type that's persisted because the default value is null. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so at what point am I doing it? Here, parse. Parse. I'm so bad at typing today. Parse value. So how are they getting around the problem of persisting a string, a string that is parsable but that you don't want to be parsed? So like storage value being a number string. Storage value is not null, deserialize. Deserialize is defined deserialized JSON. So the default value here, JSON.parse. So they are parsing it by default, which is weird. Yeah, I'm really confused by this. I might just be missing something in their API. It feels weird that you'd need to explicitly opt out of parsing if, say, you want to persist a number string. My understanding of their approach is that it will always try to parse the value, no matter what, with JSON parse, unless you explicitly provide another parser function. And it'll always try to parse it. And if it fails, it uses the default value, I think. Or no, does it use the value directly? Yeah, it returns the value directly. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be making big like API decisions under pressure live on stream, but as you know, feel the need to. So yeah, maybe I think my version might just be doing too much for its own good. The way it's no, I gotta get rid of this shit. This pseudocode. So that's back to how it was. So removing the item if we fail to parse it. I guess that's wrong. Because we probably don't need to do that. It probably happens externally anyway, right? Parse value. Yeah, so I'm getting the feeling that with their implementation, it always parses it no matter what, if it can be parsed. And with my version, it doesn't parse it until you tell it to. So it's kind of like two opposite ends of the coin. And with them, you have to explicitly opt out if you're using something that can be parsed but shouldn't. And with mine, you kind of have to opt in. So the reason I made it so that it's like nullable is because when you have, local state and you have it typed, say like my local state is an array, you want to be able to assert that that state value will always be an array. But if this hook it makes everything nullable, then when you call use local storage of type array, the value you get back will be array or null, which makes it annoying to use because then you've always got to check if it's truthy or just assert that it's not, that it is truthy, which is annoying, which is why I made it so that it can be like explicitly typed or implicitly derived whether or not it is nullable. Just considering my options here. This is probably not fun for anyone. Oh, just saw a YouTube comment there. Hello. It's Dia. It's Dia. Hello, welcome. I am on a 2-hour detour figuring out a bug with my library around local storage. So I think there is... I might just do like a temporary workaround for this. You have a question? Fire away. Yeah, so there might be a temporary workaround in this case just to unblock this for today, and I can figure out a refactor for the library down the line. Needs parsing. If we have a value, what's a hacky thing I can do? Maybe at the point of calling, use local storage. If I provide a custom parser. I thought that I had it in my head there for a second that I'd be able to hackily work around this ad hoc. Yeah, because all of these are string or null, because we want them to be null by default. You're working on a project and it's a research management lab. I'm new to coding. I'm using React.js and Node.js, Express, and Mongo. Mongo. I'm reading it wrong. Mongo is MongoDB, is it? MongoDB. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually used it, but no SQL database. Yeah, I think I have a basic understanding of what it's like. I'm interested what your question is. So these are nullable because they're null by default. The default value is null, but they can also be a string. And the problem is that it's trying to parse the string and it's hitting a parsing error. But we don't want it to parse it because we have told it that it should be a string. You did the login sign up and all... Sorry, you did the login / sign up and all now. Now the user have the ability to post a publication. I can't figure out how to do it. User has the ability to post a publication. So, okay. So if you've got login and sign up, then when the user has logged into their account, they should locally have an access token for their account. Depending on how you've gone about setting that up, you'd have to follow some sort of tutorial to get that far. But yeah, so the user should have a token in their browser to verify with the server that they are logged in and can do authenticated things against their account. And then at that point, obviously you need a UI for allowing the user just to do things like filling out a form element of, typing into a text box, giving a title and stuff. And basically you need an endpoint on some API, some server. I don't know what the full stack is. Yes, you have the token. Cool. So Node.js Express. Again, I have never actually used it, but I think I know it basically. So that's the server logic running a Node instance, handling API calls. So I think the Express server needs to have an endpoint that allows authenticated users to post publications. So you have all the UI as well. It's the backend. I can't figure out how. So when you say a publication, do you just mean like a blog post kind of thing? As in some text, maybe some images, but just like a body of stuff that needs to be sent to the server with authentication. So that would be like a post command to the server, which would have to include the access token and the actual body of the post. And so the server would see that coming in from a client, we'd see that the post request has an access token that's associated with your account, so it's valid. And then once you've validated that, the body of the post message can just be persisted into the server and then send the client back, a success response. So that's the high level idea of it. The actual implementation, I think you would just need to follow a tutorial for specifically the tech stack you're using, but that's the general flow. Anything you're sending to the server needs to be accompanied with that access token, so the server can verify that you are that person with access. It's a form. Cool. So yeah, that should be very straightforward for, I'll even Google it live on stream. We'll see. Express.js post endpoint save entry. I don't know. Come on. Aborted. Well. Go away. So I don't know if this stuff is necessarily that relevant, but somewhere in here, I'm sure there's probably more like an actual step-by-step article that would probably be better to follow. Yeah, I've also never really used Express.js, as I've said, so I'm not sure of the exact nuance of it, but it's a forum hacking course, how to hack Google. Not sure what that's about, but yeah, I'd love to know how to hack Google. Get my SEO better. But yeah, I'd say Express.js is so widely used at this point. There's got to be like a Medium article or something. How to create, get, and post endpoints in Node.js. Something like that would definitely have some step-by-step guide of like how to, at the point of the client having an access token, how to accompany that with some data that needs to be persisted to a server. Should be like, it's a very common demand, so it should be pretty straightforward. Okay. So I think I could probably fix this just by making this not nullable. If instead of being null, I have this just be a default string or an empty string, that might fix me, because currently my code is broken. This hook was broken because it was seeing a null value as needing parsing. But if the default value I give it instead is an empty string, maybe that will fix everything and we can move on with today's plan. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem at all. Hopefully, I know it wasn't like that helpful. I didn't give very specific answers, but hopefully it kind of made sense a bit, the actual flow of information. So let's see if this authentication works now. Oh, shit. I forgot that I had deliberately broken it so that it didn't do the actual pop-up. I think I commented out a bunch of stuff here, did I? I think, yeah, I'll just... oh god, I really hacked this apart, didn't I? That's the only change I've made. Why is it still complaining about all this? Did I just get rid of this entirely? Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. So that should be doing the pop-up again, and we can hopefully see if my hacky little workaround fixed it for now. So that I can... This is all just to show what I had previously done. Oh, also broke that page, didn't I? It's still broken. I'm real sad. CSR off token. Maybe I need to fix it in the other place as well. So here it's defaulting to an empty string, and I need it to default to an empty string in here as well. And we don't want that to happen all the time. Like, I'm gonna need to fix that up later once I figure out a better API for this thing so that it knows when to parse and when it shouldn't. I just wanted to goddamn unblock us for right now. Do you know what? The CSRF token thing is not actually an essential piece. Like, it's nice to have, but I'm just gonna bypass that check because that will get us out of this for today, I think. Because I think the actual authentication is working. I'm just gonna bypass this check. And false. Basically, I'm just trying to avoid having to delete as much code as possible. ESLint disable line. Okay. I hate that. I hate that Prettier moves my ESLint disable to the next line. That's so fucked. ESLint disable next line. There we go. Okay. So much stuff is broken. It's also meant to be redirecting and it's not doing that. So yeah, I seem to have really broken my Twitch authentication piece by switching it over to local storage. So maybe we'll just abandon that plan for today and move on to the next thing I was going to work on, which is animations and transitions in the library. Because yeah, this is a real shit show. But very first, I need to go pee and get a new drink as well. Self-fulfilling prophecy. So yeah, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Nope. Yeah, that one. And we're back. So yeah, I need to update the stream title now, I guess, because we've abandoned that plan for the day. So how do I do that? Set title. Let's figure this out together. Because I've only done this like once before. No, actually I've set the game before with the chat command. I'm not certain how to do it, how to set the title. So stream elements, set title command. Inviting the dog up on the bed next to me. Do you know what? I'm just going to do this in the browser, will I? Because yeah, I need to try to run and hide from the failure that was making free Twitch chatbot tools until I become an affiliate. Interesting title, I think, but it ended up being a lie. Because I have not yet become an affiliate, and yet here I am. Giving up on the plan. Edit stream info. Editing. What do I call this? New animation. No point in looking at my old code. Unrelated code. Here's what I'm typing. New animation component for my library. Bad name, bad at branding myself, but here we are. This is what we got. Let's see, does that even update in real time? Yeah, it does. Okay, that's something. So, right. We're abandoning what we were doing before, and we're moving on to... I was going to actually run the website I'm working on, my girlfriend's website, which is why I've thought I need to start doing these flashy little animation pieces, but I might just do it entirely in Storybook for now. So I've already got Storybook running. Local host, I think it's 6006. Yeah. Cool. So what I want to do, I'm definitely not ripping off Mantine again. It's not theft that they did it before, and now I'm going to be doing it because I also don't really like how they've done it. In Mantine, it's real slow to load. Don't know if that's me or them. Oh my god, everything is slow. They have a transition component, and that did not work. Oh wow. Did they like update their website to be really slow or something? That was a weird choice. Why would they do that? So yeah, they've got this transition component with a bunch of pre-made transitions. So like fade left, fade right, scale, scale Y, scale X, all these things. And the way it works is it's a wrapper that simply provides some styles. And so I don't really like that, because it's kind of awkward to use. You have to merge in the styles manually. I don't love these. I don't love callback like render props. And this very much seems like the kind of thing that should be solved with a hook. So I think I'm going to go with having a hook version of this. So I'm going to, make like use transition, I guess. I've already got in my library use haptic, which does sort of the same thing, but specifically in terms of adding haptic behavior to like buttons. So it handles little popping and rotation. So this is a bit more ad hoc, a bit more like use specific, where it like is able to intercept the hover events, the click events, and the timings of returning the transition after you've clicked. So it's not like a direct replacement for a transition. But my thinking is, if I did not turn down the music after coming back from the bathroom. There we go. My thinking is that I want a more generic kind of transition. So like use transition hook, we'll say, or maybe like use animation, but I guess with CSS, transition is probably the word to use. If I make a use transition hook that does things like scaling and rotating these things, and then the use haptic hook uses the use transition hook, then it becomes a lot more flexible. And yeah, it's probably where I want to be positioning myself. And it will also give me, a playing ground playground. It'll give me growing room for doing the kinds of animations that I want to play around with. So I'll try to find this on a different window just so that I don't, dox myself again. Yet again. Yeah, I think it might just be like my Wi-Fi is really slow today. Because Google Drive is very slow to open right now. Okay. So yeah, this is the wireframe of my girlfriend's website that I've done a lot of this in terms of like laying out the pieces in an actual React app. But one of the things that we want with it is a lot of movement, a lot of little animations that when you hover over things like these bugs that they're gonna like twitch their legs. We've already got it so the sign like flips around with like a 3D rotation. That's why I built that this little rotation piece here, that when you hover over it and you can click it to make it real spin. And I built that because this logo panel uses that, and so does the flap on this post box. I'll try to get the actual website running later so we can have a look at that. But yeah, so that's already in there. But what I want to do is have some like automatic transitions that aren't related to user interactions, which is what the haptic component and the use haptic hook are about. But that there's sort of default transitions that, say with these leaves, I think it'd be cool if when the page loads, the leaves kind of like have like a little fade in, almost like the user's like walking through the woods. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe they'd be close together and they'd sort of part so that you can see what's behind them. I think that'd be just a fun little thing to build into the library, is having a wrapper transition component that just be like a transition, slide left, on mount. And like I say, I don't love Mantine's implementation because there's a component wrapper that's basically doing the purpose of a hook in that it just provides styles. So it feels like a holdover from before hooks were even a thing. So I think I'll do my usual thing of writing a hook and then writing a wrapper component, but that doesn't provide styles as a callback like this, but that it'll actually, put a wrapper div on, or it will do like what the haptic component does, where instead of where it's polymorphic, so it can either wrap in a div. So this component prop is optional and it defaults to div. So it either puts a wrapper div around it, or you can, when you're using it, you can say, apply these styles to the component as this. So that's where I want to go with it and what I want to build today. I've already got to commit some of these changes. A lot of these are auto-generated. Because I've got my storybook stuff and my readmes for the library all generating automatically. So like I update one thing and run the script, and then I get 30 files changed sometimes. So that's why there's so many uncommitted changes here. But yeah, I'll have to take a look at that off stream probably. But for now, let's... where's the actual code? Where is my code? There it is. Okay. So like I say, we're going to start with the hook. And I think we're going to steal a lot of implementation from use haptic. But we'll get to that in a bit. So we're going with use transition for now. Transition. Index.ts. Use transition.tsx. So lay out the stub of this. Const use transition, not truncate. Export default, use transition. I misspelt it and I didn't even notice. Transstation? What? No, transition. My God. Okay, that one's definitely spelled right, right? use transition. Cool. Cool. So now we can export this from up here. I really got to automate this somehow. And then export all from exort. Export all from use transition. Cool. So I haven't even thought about what kind of API I want for this. So the transition, using it should be pretty straightforward. Wherever possible, I try to make it straightforward. So I don't think the type of transition should be default because it's pretty opinionated. You don't want to just like call use transition and always use a specific default transition type, because I don't think there really is a default transition type. Like looking at, going back to Mantine's version of it. Fade up, fade down, slide. I don't know if any of these should be a default. I think they're all very opinionated, very different use cases. So we're going to have just first value being type. Use transition type. Or key of type. No, what am I doing? Type of use transition type. And use transition type. I'm going to make this an enum. So what are some animation types we want? We want the pop. I guess it's scale. What I'm saying is, porting over what I've done with use haptic into this. So like this kind of getting bigger and then going smaller on click. That's just a scale transition. This is rotate, definitely. Although I'm just thinking in terms of APIs. So like, in Mantine, they're using a very directional based. So like the type is slide up or slide left, pop top left, rotate left, these kinds of things. Whereas here, basically this rotation is set through, it's like a rotate 3D, and I'm giving it a vector in a 3D space of where it's rotating. And then it's just taking a single rotate, like a, who's it? Degree argument. So I'm wondering how nice to port that over to just a type enum. I'm just going to go with like scale, scale up, scale down. Yeah, I think it probably makes sense for haptic to switch between being scale up and scale down. And this to be rotate right, rotate left. And then maybe like a custom version. I'll think about rotation after. I think scale up and scale down are nice and easy. Scale up. Yeah, I was considering of what typing or of what casing I want. I was like, oh, Mantine does it with dashes. I'm not Mantine. Scale up. And the constant debacle, the constant deciding, trying to remember how enums are declared. There we go. Whether you need an equal sign, whether this should be an equal sign or a colon, I can never remember it. Scale down. Scale down. Oh. There you go. So our type can either be, use transition type dot scale up, scale down, or it can just be the string equivalent. So that's what the point of having it be enum value or key of type of enum value. Oh, and I typed it wrong. There we go. So actual implementation wise, we're going to be stealing it from use haptic. So use haptic. The way it works is it returns, among other things, like actual click handlers and whether we're focused or clicked or returning. Use transition is going to be a much more simplified version of that because we're not dealing with click handlers and what state we're in. We're just going to be dealing with this state, with this style value. So this is going to be coming with us. And this is going to be what's returned from use thingy. I'm going to close everything else. I've got a bunch of stuff open here that I was doing for a video I was working on. Actually, I had a video go live this morning and I haven't checked on it. Will we do that live on stream? Let's see. youtube.com/localboast. 3 views? Let's see. Place your bets. Video went live like 3 hours ago. I haven't even clicked into it. So usually when I post a video, I'm checking it, checking the subtitles worked and stuff. So actually I probably did that once. So I probably got it a single video or a single view. Place your bets. 4 views? Or is that too optimistic? Let's say 3. Though what's listed here won't actually be fully accurate. 3 views. Nice. I wonder if that is what YouTube Studio will tell me, because they'll have more up-to-date information. Three views. So let's see if that picks up at all. Usually it does within like a few days. It takes a bit to kind of ramp up, and it's like it's real slow for several days still. But there's usually a bit of a peak where it'll get like 50 views in a day or something. I don't know. And I think that usually happens after a day or two. It is a Monday morning. Not many people are up yet, especially like Americans. So it'll pick up. It'll pick up. So yeah, we've just stolen this style object that we're from use haptic. So this is the thing we're being returned. This is the use of use transition. It's going to be a hook that returns a style object. And that style object is just going to have changes to the transform and transition. The transition being, instead of transition all, it should be transition transform, because that's the only thing we're touching. So we still need these. We need to figure out how to get these values. So like scale, rotation, options. So we got to steal that. Style is coming from transition style, and we'll derive that down the line. So this get transform, we no longer want this to be here. That can be in use transition. So its type is going to be one of these now. I should probably just declare that as a type rather than have it all over the place. So the type of, or no, type, just going to call this option. Nope. Use transition type. I think it's too confusing to extract it actually, because I'd need to redeclare a really similar name. That's what we're stuck with. Okay. Screw it. Where is vector defined? Is vector used elsewhere here? Yeah, it is. So that can be exported from here, and we can import it. Import vector from, going to use an absolute import, LocalBoast /hooks /use transition. And just all these unused values are telling me that they should be over in this hook. Anything else unused? Actually, transition MS. That probably makes sense to be in both places. So that's going to be there. Yeah, because use transition isn't going to dynamically change how quickly the transition happens. That's like down to the haptic events, you know, clicking, scaling and stuff. They're not going to change throughout the life cycle. That's just going to come in use transition. It's just going to come in as an option. So let's start having some options here. This is going to be optional. And this options type is going to be called use transition options. Export type interface. Use transition options. So MS, just milliseconds. Time. I'm just going to leave it as MS. Keep it straightforward. I've called other things in other places MS. It's just the milliseconds that I think takes to happen. So we'll just stick with that. So that's an optional number. Go away, whatever that auto import was. And we're going to create a merged options thing. So we need some default options before we can merge our options. Export const use transition default options. So I think it would be good to have a default milliseconds for the animation, for the transition, so that you don't always have to provide it, but you'd probably want to always override it. But that I think it should still work if you don't need it. Sorry, I just got a really interesting message on LinkedIn that I'm going to have to look at real soon. From an old boss, in fact. So I'm just going to take a note of that so I don't forget. Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to stick with like 300 milliseconds. I feel like most animations I've ever done have been like 0.2, 0.3 milliseconds. So let's go with that. So now that we have default options, I'm going to say merged options is equal to merge our default options into our provided options. We need to import merge. Okay, so that's working now. So we have transition MS. And that's not going to change. There's no point declaring it outside here. So this is simply going to be merged options ref dot current. Do you know what? I don't stand by having this be pulled in through a ref anymore, because this should update whenever the transition time updates. So transition MS is equal to merged options transition is MS is already there. Huh. So our animation type, yeah, we're gonna want that type. So we want that declared. Basically, so what this is if any of these values changes, it'll kill the memoization and we'll get a new value equated. So we don't want to put too much stuff in there such that like every single render, one of these will change, and so there's no point memoizing at all. But we want to put enough in there that like if one of these core values changes, yeah, we need to recreate the value, because if scale changes, yeah, we're going to need a new style value. That's the whole point of this. Right, so type is not coming from merged options. Yeah, there we go. So this is simply the type. So rotation vector. This is the question that I had earlier. I wasn't sure how to go about porting this over. So let's see what get transform is doing and how it's using that rotation vector. So let's see. I guess with rotation, we could have it be that it rotates right, rotates left, and those would each have a preset rotation vector. Or they rotate, or have like rotate custom. And when you use rotate custom, you have to provide a custom vector. I don't know how to enforce that. We can see about making that required. That might be very awkward to do with like template typings and stuff. Just one thing worth pointing out, as is at the top of the screen, I am 1 follower away from my daily goal, which is getting 35 followers, which is still 15 followers from the actual goal of getting to affiliate, but I want little milestones. So if there's anyone watching who's not currently following, I'd really appreciate that, you know, you would single-handedly be able to get me to my goal for the day. So yeah, that's on your plate. So we could go with that custom approach. I think that's probably the way to do it. So let's add some types in here. Rotate right, rotate right, rotate left, rotate left. I wonder if it is like universally understood, the idea of like rotate right being clockwise and rotate left being anti-clockwise. But I think it's just a lot more straightforward than having, or at least simple looking, than having rotate clockwise, rotate anti-clockwise. It's very long. So rotate custom. rotate custom. So how will we do this? Let's say if use transition type, and we're basically just going to encompass all the scale types. I could probably extract that. So scale, let's do this. Const scale types is use transition type dot scale up and scale down. So these going to be my scale types, and I can say, if scale types dot includes type, I guess I could say, yeah, I got to type this as an array of these. Now it's got to be an array of key of type of these. Property includes does not exist on type key of type of thing. Aha, I need to bracket this. Yay, okay. So it's saying scale types is a typing like that. Which is, but that, I don't like that actually, because that's implying that scale types can include the rotate types. So that's no good. I mean, like, so the scale types should be, it's weird that it's not restricting it to be these. What if I say as const? Does that change anything? Yes, it does. Okay, so now scale types. But it's saying it's not assignable. Okay, so what if I then say if type in scale types? I can't do that, right? You can't do a runtime check. Oh, now I'm confused. Because I think that is a thing. But I thought you can't do type checks at runtime. TypeScript value in type. In operator. The operator returns true if the specified property is in the specified object. The syntax is thingy. If X in Q, Q being type, so how does that work at runtime though? Because TypeScript isn't, TypeScript doesn't exist at runtime. Does it get mapped to an enum? Okay, this seems similar to what I'm doing. Saying key in, oh, maybe not. Using an in type guard. First name in contact. Okay, it seems to work. I don't know how it can though. But let's go for it. If type in scale types, perform a scale operation. And this shouldn't be exclusive because we might have a type that is both scale and rotation, let's say. So we're going to have to work out how to make this work with multiple types. So if type in rotate types, So we'll do the same thing with rotate types. Rotate, potate, rotate, rotate left, rotate right, rotate custom. So if type is in rotate types, do the rotation thing. And so we need to make this be like extensible. So this is always going to be a string, right? If we're doing this transformation, we're going to end up with a transform. Unless you've just passed in a type that isn't in the typings. If it's, just not one of these. In which case, yeah, it'll be an empty string. Boo. So in here, can we just say, maybe we'll do this. Transforms will be an empty array. Transforms dot push. Push. This way, now we can return transforms dot join empty string. Okay, and rotation vector. So here I was using the ref because the rotation vector is something you might want to define like inline. Here's my array passed into the options. But if you pass in an array like written inline, that's a new array every render. So that's why I memoized it like this. But we do want to recreate this if the array updates. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to memoize rotation vector by itself. Rotation vector equals use memo. And it's going to be an array so rotation vector will either be undefined or an array of 3 numbers. Well, or vector. We have that vector type. So if so what is it? Rotation vector, and we're renaming it to options vector. That can be in here. Rotation vector. That's not going to have a default value. So it'll be a type. It's an optional type. Where have I typed it here? Rotation vector is an optional vector. Fair enough. Nice and simple. Vector. So here, options vector. This value is either undefined or it's a vector. So we're going to say options vector. Then we'll give it an array. Otherwise, undefined. I guess, no, there's no point doing that. Options vector and. Nice and simple. Options vector and options vector 0. Doing this a bad way. 1, 2. And we're going to have the dependencies of this. Why is it not complaining about that? As vector. Weird that it's not complaining about that. Maybe because it's not compiling? Yeah, I'm missing a bracket, am I? No, I'm not. I'm confused. Vector or undefined is not assignable to type vector. So get transform. This can be undefined. Don't know why it wouldn't be. So yeah, it's weird that it's not complaining about these. Okay, still there's a compiler error still. That's why it's not complaining. Okay. Aha. There's my complaints. Yes, so we need these three things. But this is an optional type, so we need to conditionally index it. Can I not conditionally index? Okay. Const, let's say, vector x, vector y, vector z equals merged options dot vector. Vector. Get rid of that. Or empty array. So these are either a number or undefined. So now we can actually use these as our dependencies. And we'll say if merged options dot rotation vector, then use these. As vector. I guess I could just check if this is not undefined, because the only way that this could be undefined is if they're all undefined. If vector x is not undefined. Okay, so now we have a memoized. Oh no, it shouldn't be. Alls. Vector x and. No, okay, so we need to do the ternary. Vector x is equal to undefined. Return undefined, otherwise return that. I feel like this music isn't quite lining up with what I'm doing. Let's go a bit more chill. So, what was I doing? Rotation vector is defined here, and I'm not using that in my dependencies. Was I? Rotation vector. We all good now? Guess we're pulling scale and rotation degrees in from here. So this is, I guess, where we want to be really ripping some logic out of use haptic. Because we've got all of our weird references fixed up, I guess. Oh wait, no. Aha. Const. You const. It's real loud. So with the use transition hook, these values aren't supposed to change throughout the timeline. Although I guess they would. Am I Have I not thought this through enough? That the transition should be changing. No. Okay. I got this. I got this. We're good. We're good. How was use haptic doing this? Right, so these are the initial values where if the transition hasn't happened, we're not doing it. Yeah, I think the key thing I'm missing from the API here is when to do the transition. So that should probably be in options. So one thing I come up against with the APIs a lot is whether all arguments of the hook should be in the options object, or if we should have it be spread like this, and then the niggly little controls can be in a joint options object. And it can be problematic when switching between a hook and the component that wraps the hook in terms of documentation, because like with the component, it's generally all passed in at the same level. They're props. But with the hook, they're not called at the same level. There's like the main prop is called as a single argument, and then every other prop is called as a joint argument into the hook. So that can be a bit messy. This is generally how I've done it before, and I'm pretty happy with the API. So like have the main argument be standalone like that, and the rest be passed in. But then it gets messy when I've got this sort of in-between thing of like when to run the transition that can be optional, but it's still pretty important. I'm just going to stick it into the options for now. When? Is that a sensible name for like when the transition should happen, you know, on mount? At a particular time? Or does it make sense if it's more of a Boolean that defaults to true? So like should transition. So by default it'll be true. So by default everything will transition on mount. But then you pass it a control, like say if it's opening and closing a thing, you toggle that between true or false, and you transition it up and down. So should transition. It's a bit of a long name. Could just call it run. Enabled. Let's go with should transition. I think it's more explicit. And that's going to default to true. So things like our scale and our rotation degrees there at the defaults. I suppose it would make sense for these to be customizable. Because especially if you're setting like don't transition and we're still setting scale to 1, that might be annoying if you've externally set your scale to like 2, but you still want it to get bigger than that, but still return to 2. You wouldn't want this hook to be returning it to 1. So we'll have this be optional. So scale being, do you know what? phone this in here. So let's say scale is merged option. Nope. Scale. What is this? Initial scale. And we're calling it scale. Initial scale is an optional number. I keep importing weird types because I mistype. Two different types. Gotta stop talking. This stream would be way better if I stopped talking. Initial rotation is also an optional number. And now this is where we're going to set our 1 and our 0. Initial scale is 1. Initial rotation, 0. Okay, so I forgot to do this. So here, rotation vector is an optional. Const vector to use. Let's go with that. Equals rotation vector or okay, what's the best API for this? Basically, I'm thinking in terms of the rotation. The way I'm doing rotation is it's always in a 3D space because I want it to be able to rotate in a 3D space. But if you leave it at the default value, it'll be the forward vector, which means it'll be 2D rotation anyway. So it doesn't matter that it's 3D rotation if you don't want it to be 3D. So the way I've got the API set up is you can do rotate right, rotate left, and rotate custom. However, that in check might be a bit too allowing if the input is coming from user. Where do I have in? So type. So this, in this case, it's wouldn't be coming from the user. It wouldn't, like this is down to the developer. So whoever's calling the use transition hook. Welcome back, D-Laz, by the way. Recognize you from last time. So whoever's calling use transition in the code, you would set a type on it, and that type would be one of these, and it's enforced as being one of these enum values. So I don't think it's a worry to do the in check. Scale types includes type, actually checks the proper types. I did try that earlier and it complained. But I also spent a while just Googling in types and I was trying to understand how that worked. Includes type. Yes, this might just be a thing that like this is a perfectly valid check, but something in how I've typed this is messed up. So the reason this isn't allowing me in this current setup is that scale types is set as only one of these two possible values, but I'm passing it an argument that's a wider type. So like it is expecting this includes call to only ever be allowable to receive one of those two types, which makes the check pointless. In also allows array keywords like proto. Really? So I was trying to understand how the in keyword, it might be either one. I was trying to understand how the in keyword worked in TypeScript, because my understanding was TypeScript couldn't interact with runtime because, the typings are taken out of it when you compile it. But I was wondering, was like the use of in TypeScript different from, like, vanilla has an in keyword, right? JavaScript in operator. Yeah, so it checks if it's in the object or prototype chain. You could say scale types as types you want to check. I could, yeah. That might be the better way of doing it. I'm just going to keep looking into this in operator though, because not because I think you're wrong or anything, purely just I want to understand how it works and why anyone would ever use it if it's as issueful as you're saying it is. Like, I'm wondering, TypeScript in versus JavaScript in. And Google is not giving me, it's not paying attention to the word in. In operator. Bad. Let's check that. Let's just have a look through this article. Hopefully Vincent Joubert doesn't mind me reading his article on stream. I'll try to rush through it so as to not completely steal his content. You can sum them in the in operator ensure at runtime that user has the is super user property. Right. Gotcha. Okay. I see, yeah, because enum, and that's why it can work in TypeScript, because enum values are actually turned into JavaScript at runtime, so they can be evaluated. Yeah, that proto thing is called prototype pollution, which is pretty common exploit, mainly DOS in JavaScript. Interesting. Okay. Seems weird that it's like ever okay in TypeScript. Like, I've seen in suggested in a bunch of places. And maybe I'm still not understanding like when it's good and when it's bad. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll go your way. I'll cast this to scale types as use transition type and see if it allows this. Intentional, convert the expression to unknown first. That's annoying. As unknown as use transition type. Oh shit, that's why it's not letting me do that, because scale types is a type, not an enum. So yeah, that's. So I don't actually know enums that well. I don't know if I should just not use them. Shit. Okay, ignore what I've been saying for the last 10 seconds. I was thinking that these were types. They are not. Probably has to be use transition type or use rotate type. Enum is kind of bad in TypeScript. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that impression. I've seen some people say that you should just use like actual types or actual like consts, because that's what they equate to anyway. Weirdly, I feel I like the usage of them in terms of an API where you can say like, the type can be use transition type, whatever, dot scale up. That's cool, but it does make it difficult because you then need to import the type to use that. So I probably should just stop using them. There are a few places in the library, but I suppose it wouldn't be too hard to get rid of them. So if I switch this over to a const, how difficult is this to swap over? And instead of key of type of, I could just say, yeah, just have that, and that's still correct. Yeah. There's also const enum, which is a bit better. Oh god, what's that? TypeScript const enum. God, this is old. Has TypeScript really been going strong for that long? I'm saying that. I bet it's like 20 years old and I'm just a child who doesn't know what I'm talking about. Just remove the const modifier. Okay, this doesn't seem like what I want. I'm not seeing anything about const enum. What should I be Googling? Because like this one instance, oh, an expression is a constant enum. Is that what we want? A constant enum expression is a subset of TypeScript expressions. I don't understand. No idea. I've just been using const objects. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll probably try to start swapping that over as well. It does make typing, using enums does make typing things annoying because to have the API accept either the enum value or just a string, as in like if the user didn't want to import this type and then index it, but rather just pass in a string scale up directly, you need to type it this way so that the value be either the enum value or a key of type of enum value. So if I get rid of the enum, I can just have it be key of type of. So this probably makes it a bit better. And okay, so now I can simply say if scale types includes type. Wow, so the problem just went away by getting rid of the enum. Who'd have thunk it? Yep, you've convinced me. So I wonder, is it suddenly working because I'm making these as const? Oh, I see. So as const just switches it from string array to string array of fixed length. So it's not too much of a difference. Cool. Okay, I think that's more straightforward. A lot more straightforward anyway. So what I was doing before, rotation vector. So if the user has provided a rotation vector, we're going to always use that. Otherwise, we want to use one of the preset ones, depending on what type they've chosen. So what I was considering was in the API where I've had like the types be rotate right, rotate left, or rotate custom. If you're always able to pass in a rotation vector that overrides the vector, is there any point in having it be like rotate custom? Or should I just say like rotate? So that, you know, if you're providing a default, if you're providing a custom vector, it doesn't make sense to specify left or right because the user's dictating that. So if I have this just be rotate, and we'll always, then we'll derive the default vector to use depending on which of these they've chosen. And I might just have it be that rotate is an alias for rotate right. Maybe. I'm just going to stick that down. Alias for rotate right. Because I still want to provide a default value if they've just said rotate, even though it's intended to be used with a custom vector. So let's say const rotate right vector. And then here's where I have to maybe do some Googling or some testing to see which direction is which. So the forward vector anyway is that. So left and right are going to be inversions of each other. So I'd like it to be this way, that rotating along the forward vector brings you to the right, and along the towards vector, I don't know, opposite of forward. Backwards vector is left, but I may have this reversed. Let's just test that. I'll rotate something on the screen. I'll rotate him. Transition. Oh. transform, rotate 3D 0, 0, 1, 45 deg. Okay, so the forward vector is a right or clockwise rotation. Sweet. It's interesting that it's rotating from the right. So is the default transform origin right? Transform origin. Oh, that's just gone away. So what the hell's the default? Center. Oh, I see. The title is spanning the entire width. So it's not actually rotating from the right. It's rotating from the center of the page, which happens to be the right of the string. Got it. Awesome. Pointless detour. But now we have our fallbacks here. So, so we're always going to use the right vector unless the type is rotate left. So I could do this with a ternary. I try not to do like nested ternaries like this because it's kind of ugly and error prone. So I'm going to write it, see how I feel about it, and then consider extracting it into an actual condition. So if type is transition type dot rotate left, then use the rotate left vector, otherwise use the rotate right vector. So, like I thought, this is a horrible little, ugly little, gross little block of code that makes no sense visually. So I'm going to make it probably less efficient by having it be ifs, but I'm not actually certain what it compares to when transpiling. So let's just run with this. So let's say vector to use equals rotation vector. Rotation vector. If not rotation vector. So only do this if we haven't been provided a value. How is it still going to be really ugly to use this ternary? That's the question. Vector to use. Why is it complaining about that? Number array is not assignable to number array. Right. So if I make this as const, be good. Nope. Rotate left is, yeah. So it knows what these are. And what's it complaining about? Aha, okay, so I should just be as vector. Yeah, we're good now. Where was that? Okay. So how ugly is this block now is the question. So if we don't have a rotation vector, I'm just gonna stick a comment in here just to make it a bit clearer. No custom vector provided, use preset, no, use default depending on type. Rotate equal to rotate right if no value provided. Screw it. Pretty happy with that. So get transform, I think, is doing what it should be doing. Oh Okay, yep, so that enum value doesn't even exist anymore. So that's why that's not happy. Rotation degrees should be coming from here. So yeah, so rotation, initial rotation is it? Initial rotation, and we're calling it rotation deg. So that's being defaulted to 0 up here. So rotation degrees will always have a value, and that's what we're using in here. Sweet. Okay, I'm at the point now where I've lost the thread of if I had anything left to be done here. The fact that like there's no errors, no warnings on the page is making me think that I might be done. But it feels too easy. So let's go back to haptic and see what can be switched over in here. Hacking done with it. Hopefully done with it. Got to actually use it in use haptic now and see if I'm massively missing an API with it. So use haptic. So this guy was setting scale to 1 and rotation to 0. I think that should be doing the same thing over here with the having it be customizable. So default options, they're going to be 1 and 1, or 1 and 0 by default. Add that to the options. I'm going to need to add comments for this. Because these comments that I put in here get picked up by Storybook when I build Storybook, and it pulls them into the table to have nice auto documentation. You're currently doing some Git magic to bring back a feature that was deleted 3 months ago. Oof. Was it deleted in that like it was just someone got rid of it and committed that it got rid of, such that it's in the commit history, or was it like someone nuked the commit history? Because I've encountered both. Good luck with that anyway. Hopefully it's nothing too important if you can't find it. What I hate with Git histories is when you're backtracking an issue, you're like, okay, there's a bug introduced here or whatever, or like some change came in. I want to find when it happened. So you go through, GitHub or whatever you're using. You backtrack through the commits. You're like, okay, I can see every time this file was changed. Cool, that bug was still there a year ago, whatever. And then you get to the initial commit for the file, and you see that the initial commit was that the file was moved from another place. You're like, okay, so this bug existed somewhere else. In like, what's even worse is if it was like ported over from a different language or a different library. And so it's like this commit history no longer can take me to the actual source of this bug. I now have to jump into some other project or like swap languages even. That happened at the first job I worked at, where they had written their entire code base in like CoffeeScript, which was like a Ruby way of writing JavaScript or something. I'd never really had to use it because at the point that I joined, they had automatically ported their entire CoffeeScript project into React. And so often when I was backtracking those old bugs, it just dead end at whatever, like port entire library to JavaScript commit. So like that, just this one commit screwed me over so much. It was deleted because we got scary GDPR related feature from the government, and now we need to re-implement it because banking law requires it. Oh my god, GDPR related notice. Yeah. Oh god. I really don't miss that kind of stuff from having the job where like I had to implement a cookie consent banner on our website because the lawyer came up to me and said, hey, I just realized we are in violation. So can you please make all these cookies optional and stuff? So I had to drop what I was doing and work for ages to probably a month or so projects, like overhaul the entire, how this app has been working for years to make so much of it conditional and stuff. And then I think after I did all that, they were like, let's just get rid of that conditional stuff and just pretend we're obeying the rules. And I hate being involved with legal stuff that, you know, other people are deciding whether or not the rules should be broken or what. Yeah, you're currently implementing a consent flow for this app. Yeah, it's GDPR and those things. They make me sad because like it's good that they exist. You know, it's good that you can opt out of having your data sold, and like there's way too much data on all of us flying around. But it still makes me sad in terms of like the internet is so much worse now than it was a few years ago in terms of usability. Just the fact that you go to a website and you have to dismiss 4 consent banners and opt-ins and opt-outs. Yeah. So they make me sad. And I felt really sad to have to implement a cookie banner on a website that didn't have one. Because it's like, I get that this needs to exist legally and morally, but it's made the website so much worse. So yeah, back to making websites worse. Default scale for scale-based animations or transitions. Yeah, don't need much more than that. But there are so many libraries that just by default share data with big companies, like the Facebook SDK. Yeah, I hate so many of the like ones that are ubiquitous, just like Google tags, you know, like Google Analytics. Any app I've worked on, it's just by default. Yeah, we want to know what users are doing. We want to know who's visiting our site. Put Google Analytics on there. But you can't track it until they've consented, because Google Analytics adds like 4 cookies to the user's browser. And so, yeah, so many legal back and forths where like I'm being CC'd on an email chain between marketing team and the legal team, because they're being like, guys, we need to know if someone has gone to our website and hasn't logged in, because we need to know how to funnel them to the right people. And then being like, but we can't know who's visited the website if they haven't logged in, because you need to log in to consent, or like all this back and forth between decisions of UX versus gotta get that scratch. And yeah, I'm just glad to temporarily anyway be away from that corporate bullshit. Anyway, default rotation for rotation. If we are genuinely currently on 5 viewers, thank you very much for everyone watching. For anyone who's watching and isn't currently following, may I draw your attention to that thing up in the top left corner that I can't touch because my hand disappears when I raise it above my head. We are 1 follower away from reaching our daily goal of 35, which is not a meaningful milestone at all, but it is 1 more meaningless milestone on the way to 50, which is very meaningful. So, yeah, just putting that out there. Right. Oh yeah, just also wanted to say, so your chat about a bunch of libraries that by like default share data, it reminded me that I do think about maybe adding stuff to LocalBoast, about making cookie stuff easier, you know, like Andy. Oh,
new follower, Zebcode.
Great.
Okay, so I've accidentally doubled up on my follow notifications. I added the like Twitch built-in alerts. Oh, actually, no, that's it. It's the goal achieved alert that is overlapping the follower alert. Okay, I got to fix that. Thank you very much, Zebcode. Thank you very much for following and helping me get to my follow goal for the day. Really appreciate it. Had to log in first. Oh, damn. You went through a whole authentication flow for me. I hate authentication. That's implementing it and using it. So really appreciate that. Cool. Yeah, so I was saying I have considered adding something to do with cookies to the LocalBoast library. Probably not like an actual cookie banner, because I try not to do like UI specific, like prescriptive styling related stuff, but functionality things, like, you know, the ability to a streamlined way of adding tags to the browser after consent has been given for certain values, because those are all things that, like, if you try to make a website compliant with GDPR retroactively, or even a new website, there is a bunch of stuff to consider about, well, how do I add the Google tag only after consent has been given, and how do I update that consent with cookies and stuff. I have considered adding that as like a hook, use cookie consent or something. And I might do it someday, but it's just not fun. There's no joy to that whatsoever. So it might be a useful thing to put in there, but yeah, it wouldn't be the most fun thing to play around with. Though I do kind of need to add cookie consent to my website, so maybe I'll need to. We'll see. Okay, so reason I added those in here is so that I can pull scale and rotation degrees from the options. So merged options is in here. Yes, I'll just extract those out like I did in this guy. So I'm kind of doubling up on having default values both in use haptic and use transition, because like one is calling the other, and so there's no direct need to have the default value specified in both places, but we want the two to exist as standalone functionality pieces. So I'm going to do it anyway. So in here, initial scale and initial rotation. Okay, so just say let scale equals initial scale. Let actually, what am I doing? It's complaining because these need to be let, because I'm redefining them. Cool. Scale is undefined, and rotation deg and transition deg are undefined. Yep, because I'm not using them. Sweet. So here is the point that I actually need to call use transition. So const transition styles is use transition. And the transition type, actually, now would probably be a good time to set a new goal. There's no point having my goal on the screen if I'm already there. So yeah, let's set up a new goal for the day. Set a pointlessly high goal of 40 followers, because we're not going to get there, and I'm probably going to stop streaming in like within the hour. Goal. Auto goal. No, I don't want that. It's not letting me. Oh, start new goal. Goal amount. Yeah, 40. Set an art. Oh. Mute. What did I do? What did I do? Unpin. Okay, I didn't even know that was a thing, pinning tabs like that. Okay, I'll just leave it there. Okay, my alert works. Was uncertain about that. It wasn't working at the start of stream when I set the first goal. Okay, so use transition. So here is where I need to actually specify the type of transition to use. Wait, is use transition a React thing? React use transition. Okay, maybe I should come up with a different name. React. It's a React hook that lets you update the state without blocking the UI. Call use transition at the top level of your component to mark some state updates as transitions. Interesting. I think I might have seen this once, but never really looked into it. So it's a hook, so it can be called inside components or custom hooks. If you need to start a transition, I'm kind of confused what the use of it is. So like in this case, you select tab and you're calling set tab, which is just a use state function. And you're wrapping it in start transition. Why? Usage marking a state update as non-blocking transition. Call use transition at the top level of your component to mark. So non-blocking transition. Okay, major differences. Updating the current tab with transition is an example. In this example, the posts tab is artificially slowed down so that it takes at least a second to render. Okay. I think I follow. So it's kind of, you're saying that it's by wrapping it in use transition, you're denoting that a state change really doesn't have to happen right away, that the app is not going to be broken if this doesn't happen right away. Therefore, it can sort of be computed in the background almost while the user is like interacting with the UI still. I almost feel like that's probably the majority of state changes. Although maybe not. A lot of state changes though. So that's a really interesting one to know about in terms of making things perform better. Weirdly, after reading that though, it feels like so obscure and unrelated to my hook. And also, like, I feel like it's a bad name. Because it doesn't really deal with transitions. It deals with like non-blocking state changes. So I feel like it's a bit of a misnomer. And I feel like in this case where you're actually dealing with CSS transitions, it's better. Sorry, just giving the dog a bit of attention. Okay, so I was going to rename mine, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. React can rename theirs. So yeah, I'm not going to import it from there. Although maybe I should rename it purely just to get imports. Like there I tried to use it and it imported from the wrong place. I could say use animation or use animate, but I think animations are a different thing with CSS and JavaScript because there's, you know, animation frames as like a separate kind of animation. Like with, I've got that in my library actually. My dog is just squirming around the bed, just doing little barks, rolling on her back. Hopefully she doesn't get too worked up. Yeah, so like here's use animation frames, which is a hook that I've written that allows state changes driven by the by request animation frame API to handle smooth transitioning with JavaScript. So in my mind, that's what an animation is. And what we're doing over here is a transition. So I'm just gonna stick with it. If it becomes problematic in terms of like SEO, our dog came to see what the barking was. Apologies for that. Okay, she's still now. Nice and quiet. Yeah, she's being a little weirdo. Right. What was I doing before a dog completely stole my focus? Right. Use transition, and I need to import it from the place. Use transition. I've misspelled that. Use transition. This is all messed up. I need to figure this out. Why is this? Scale. There's scale. My read define scale. What do you mean they're all unused? I'm so confused. Focus MS is transition MS. Okay. Weird. Weird that changing that one line got rid of warnings about the other lines, even though I don't think there was like a syntax error or anything. So we're assigning scale, rotation degrees, and milliseconds, but we're not using it. Cool, because we're going to use it in here. So use rotation, I need to give it a type. So how are we going to derive the type? So at this point, we need to check which of the haptic type we're using. So haptic supports 2 types, pop and spin. I think this is broken currently, isn't it? Yep, because I'm doing a thing because I've got some unsaved code. But haptic, it allows pop of like popping in and out and spinning on clicks and stuff. So basically it's going to, if we're using type pop, it's going to be one of the transition types relating to scale, but that type specifically is going to change depending on what point of the transition it's in. So let's see. I might just extract this to a helper. Get transition type. And pass in our unused values so that it stops complaining about it. That's the thing. I'm never actually using the scale, am I? Scale is initial scale. Okay, yeah, I knew I was missing something massive from use transition. It's never actually updating any of the values. Yeah. Yeah, and should transition, I'm never using this anywhere. Okay. Okay. So, what I'm gonna do is, I'm thinking of needing the value actually used in the CSS. So this get transform rule, this value needs to update throughout the component's lifecycle. So say on the first render, it will be initial scale. On subsequent renders, it will be whatever value it should be, if that helps, if that makes any sense. But how do we do that? And how do we derive what scale value to actually use? So we could have scale and rotation come in as state values, which get an initial value. Yeah, let's try that for now. So const scale and set scale equals use state merged options dot initial scale. Rotation set rotation is going to be use state initial rotation. Okay, and we don't need rotation deg. You know what? I'm getting rid of this whole deg thing. I don't like it. I hate it. Rotation, 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 and yeah, rotation deg. Get rid of all that rotation. Sweet. So these are now state values. So they get their initial scale from the provided initial scale from options. And after, yeah, so I'll have a use effect that when should transition becomes true, and also on the first render if it is true. Should transition. And that's coming from merged options. What am I doing? So if should transition, set scale to something, and set rotation to something. So this is the part where we need to figure out how to actually do the animation timing. So I guess this we could also just have scale be an optional number with a default value. Just scale be 1.5.
New follower, Mod Assel.
Thank you very much, Mod Assel. If that's how your name is pronounced, I often just go by the text-to-speech. Thank you so much for the follow. It's a good day. Got, I think, four followers maybe? At least one of which was a bot. But he didn't unsubscribe or unfollow, so we're sticking with it. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you being here. Right, so given that a default value of 1.5, it's the kind of thing that I want to give a default value so you don't always have to give an option for it. So you can use the hook and it'll do a thing, but that you probably want to customize that because 1.5 is very, I don't know, randomly chosen, very prescriptive. Rotation 360. I don't know. This is again just like what rotation can I put in there basically for the sake of demo to see that it's working. So yeah, we'll give that 360. Set scale, and we're gonna give it scale merged options.scale. Ooh. Merged options dot scale, merged options dot rotation. Rotation. And I think it's fine that we're setting both scale and rotation regardless of whether one or the other is supposed to be used, because it shouldn't cause any additional renders because the two are called together. Set scale and set rotation are called at the same time, so it should in theory just cause the one render. You know, what I'm saying is I could wrap this in a check of like if should set scale only set scale and if should set rotation, but I think that's just like additional checks with additional complexity that doesn't actually benefit us. So I think it's fine to be setting a rotation value that we're not actually using. That's what I'm saying. So we're setting that in there. And basically this is going to run on mount if should transition on mount, or whenever should transition becomes true or values change. What's the app you're working on, by the way? I can't distinguish your accent. So my accent is Irish. I'm living in the UK, but I am Irish. And the app I am working on, just turn down the music a little bit. I'm doing proper talk. So the brand I'm streaming under is LocalBoast, and LocalBoast is both a React library and a website. So localboast.com. It's basically just like a dumping ground, like playground for me to expand my library and have stuff to work on. So just doing some dumb stuff in here, and for the most part working on the npm localboast. Yeah, I have a library on localboast on npm called localboast, which is a React library with all the functionality that I'm building here. So just nice little quality of life hooks and flashy pieces like animation things and transitions. I need to update this. Actually, I haven't pushed a new version in a while, so not much of it is documented. So yeah, the website itself is, like I say, a place for me to build interesting stuff like this animated text hook that's causing this to run, a way to do smooth transitions like that with SVG cutouts. Never seen that anywhere else. And on the website, I've got, well, that's currently broken. Okay. It's just loading in incredibly slowly. That's better. Got some stuff on the website that, again, I need to update because there's more to go on here. So like proof of concepts of what can be done with the app I'm building, or with the library, such as an Etch-a-Sketch component that can be interacted with Twitch chat, being like up, down, left, right in the chat, supposedly be able to play the game, and also some other stuff that I'm playing around with. So yeah, basically doing my own thing, building out my own library, having fun on stream. No one real app that I'm playing around with, or no like one real app project that I'm trying to complete. Today, specifically just trying to add a nice way of doing animations and transitions within the library. Nice, great effects. It sounds like you've put an awful lot of work into this. Thank you. I'm really glad it seems like that. I've been working on the LocalBoast stuff for basically since the start of January when I started streaming. I quit my job like a year ago, so was like somewhat just retired for the first few months, and then tried actually doing this more or less full time. Haven't been great at doing it full time, but yeah, hopefully it looks like a lot of work to have done by myself, such that when I need to start applying for jobs pretty soon, I'll at least be able to say, look at all this interesting shit I did, and be real hireable. But yeah, thank you for that little detour. I like talking about myself. Okay, so where was I? So use transition. I was commenting about this use effect. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to run. I lost a shoe. Okay, we're good. This is going to run when the component first mounts. If should transition is true, then we'll immediately be setting it from the initial value to the goal value, which should cause a smooth transition. And if it's not set on the first render, then whenever it becomes true, we'll do the setting. So it will always remain at the initial value until should transition becomes true. And also, if should transition is true and either of these values update at any point, we will also sync our local state to have that. So I'm sure there's reasons why this is not right, or reasons we'd need to update this or intercept this, but I'm not thinking of any right now. I think this is probably fine. I think it's probably fine. So we'll run with this. Are we actually using these state values anywhere? Scale and rotation are being used in here. Okay. I think that might just be fine. I think it might be fine. That's weird. So initial rotation is just going to come from our own initial rotation, because use haptic has its own option for that. No value exists for this initial rotation. Right. Okay, I need to figure out. I think I probably need to do the local state thing for these as well, but for now, those are coming from the options. And then scale and rotation need to be coming from there. Still got these as rotation deg. I hate that. Need to update that. Rotation. Okay. And so the question is, at this point, does this guy also need to use local state for rotation and scale? Or is it fine? I don't think it needs to. Yeah. I don't think it needs to. Yeah, because the whole point of these conditions is that we have the initial default value that's true if we haven't done one of these interactions, like clicking or focusing. And so that's why it should use the initial scale if none of them are true. So let's say scale equals initial scale. Let rotation equals initial rotation. Okay, so those are updated through the conditions and then passed in here. Rotation is not a known property. Why is that? Aha, I simply did not make it one. Rotation. Okay. Is that all the attributes that I need to pass through? Because I think we always want it to be transitioning. We always want that to be the case. Yep. So, and when use haptic calls use transition on the first render, initial scale and scale will be true, because we won't have gone through any of this logic, because the user won't have clicked or hovered over something on the first render. And even if they do, then it'll start the transition and that's fine. So that seems good. So what are we doing with this transition MS? Cannot reassign IC. I'm just gonna pop this down here. Let focus MS equals merged options dot transition MS. Does that not exist? Transition MS. Oh shit, I've got that the wrong way around. Focus MS. Okay, and the reason that is because if you're going from nothing to some sort of haptic interaction, the base assumption of the transition is the focus MS. Sure, should that just be 0? Transition MS being nothing. I think I could probably have that be 0 actually. Let's go with that. Okay, so we just need get transition type. I never actually made a function for that. So, and what this guy's gonna have to do is figure out which of these to use, depending on our own type and our own animation state, basically. So let's say type is one of, I'm gonna get rid of the enum from here as well. Who was it in chat that was telling me about enums? Yeah, it was Dilaz. Yeah, thank you again, Dilaz, for that. So switch this from an enum to just a regular old const. And key of type of. Yep, no longer need that because that enum doesn't exist. Cool. Haptic type dot pop still exists. Huh? Haptic type is key of type of haptic type. So the type is either pop or spin or undefined. And it's not allowing me to give it pop, which is pop. Sometimes TypeScript is real weird. Where like, in this case, it knows that type only accepts the string pop, the string spin, or undefined. and we're giving it this thing, which it knows is of type the string pop, but it won't let me assign that because type string is not assignable. That's just annoying. So like, what if I had said pop? Okay. So is there a way to fix this here? If I make this as const, is it fine with that? It is. Okay. So is that what, Dilaz, is that what you were saying about const enums? That's what you meant const enums, is literally just don't use an enum, use a const instead. Okay. If you want to be fancy, you can add type get values, t extends record, blah, blah, and then export type get values, type of haptic type. Yeah, I could. I don't know that either. No, I literally meant const enum. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't find anything when I Googled that. Weird. So if I want to be fancy, I can make it generic, is what you're saying. I could. I like being fancy when it makes other people's lives easier. But since this function is only being called in my own thing here, I don't know if I want to be fancy. So let me try to understand what you're saying. So this, what, get... Oh, I see. Okay, you're not talking about this. You're saying get values type. Bear with me while I try to understand some shit. Get values t extends record type string equals t key type. Yeah, I'm done. I'm not following it at all. Oops, export type haptic type. Okay. Equals get values type of haptic type. Maybe I will try to understand that fanciness another time. It ain't going in. Apologies. Seems fancy though. Anytime I've had to use generics with TypeScript, or like when I've tried to get real fancy with generics and TypeScript, it breaks my head. And I've done it successfully, but it's really awkward sometimes. So like some of these components, I've made them polymorphic through implicit typings. And basically that's like, I can have a component, have an implicit type that's detected based on the prop, say like a component prop. So you can make the haptic component render as something else and have it enforce the props given to this component be the props that are expected by this component. And you can do all that with typings and stuff and passing that around. And it gets real fun where you're like intersecting and all sorts of stuff and passing generics around, and it works. But I don't understand it, and I followed an article letter for letter to make it work. So record is just object with string as a key and a value that returns the list of types in values section. Yeah, I understood that bit. So you can use the haptic type as a type or value. Oh, okay. Okay. So for type of haptic type. Gotcha. Okay. I think I got you. I'm going to choose not to be fancy. Maybe I'll revisit it if I'm feeling fancy someday. But yeah, right now, I feel like making things work. Currently, it's only the object you define it as, and it does not export the type. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I think I gotcha. But then if someone wants the type, is it not as simple as importing haptic type and then just being type of haptic type? Or is there something more complex to it? So what you're saying, okay, I'm going to read through the message you wrote originally and try to parse what it's saying. So your suggestion, if you want to be fancy, you can add, yeah, TypeScript is weird. So you can add type get values. So we're declaring a type called get values, which is a generic type where the type of the generic is T, which extends any object of mapping string to string. Okay. And that equals T indexed by key of T. Okay, so it's just a generic generator for getting the typings of a const. Is that what you're saying? It probably should be like type of haptic type, key of haptic type if you wanted to do it with helper, that helper. Type of haptic type, type of key of haptic type. Type of key of. So type thing equals, or key of type of, is it? So what is thing now? So in this case, thing is the type that is the key of type of this. Yeah, that. Okay. So this, in this case, is giving the equivalent of when this was an enum. I know the syntax is going to be wrong. I got the equivalent of this by doing key of type of haptic type, and that gave a type that was the list of keys of the enum. And you can't do that when it's just a const. And the thing can also be called haptic type. Really? So you can have a const and an enum with the same name. I don't like that. Ugh. So what, in this case, so we're doing it like this, and that gives us thing. What happens if I call it thing 2 is just key of type of haptic type? What does this give us? That gives us the same thing, right? Because the type of haptic type is this object definition, and the key of is the set of these, right? So do we need to do this lookup thing? Can't we just say key of type of? Yeah, if the key is the same as the value, right? Yeah, and that's what I was doing to make the enum easier to use, because that meant that doing haptic type dot pop was the same as key of type of. Yeah. Okay. So I think I probably will just continue doing the const declarations this way, such that you can index it and it'll be the same as being the direct value. And it means that you can just do key of type of. This is all really interesting. I'm going to run away from it though. Yeah. Sometimes I love TypeScript stuff, but other times I'm like, I think I'm maybe kind of understanding it, and I'm going to run away with that feeling like I understand it. Yeah, it's starting to feel like I'm just messing with your code and not responsibly to maintain it. It's a lot of this is not that responsibly done. A lot of it's like massive refactorings for the sake of it. That's the thing that I need to at a certain point get to with the library, is that like I was showing there that the npm page for it is very old. I've I'm several versions on. I've got a lot more documentation in place. I need to get like better at updating this. But I think at the point that I actually do like a 1.0 release and I stand behind like this is the thing that you can, you know, pull into your library, into your app. I feel like at that point I'm going to start needing to be really stricter with myself in terms of how I do like massive refactors. And that like for probably any code change I should probably start doing in the form of pull request. That like no more just pushing to master. Because like I know that that's the responsible thing to do. If you're doing a big change to code that other people might actually want to use, you got to have it be traceable to a feature change through a pull request. And so there's a reason that I haven't done the V1 release, because I like being in my kiddie pool end of it, where I can just shove whatever I want to master. And like I know it's my thing, I could do what I want with it, but the goal is eventually that someone would want to use some of these things that I'm building. So I should probably do it responsibly. Cool. So type. Key of type of. What are we going to do here? Type is going to be, I think it does have to be key of type of. Oh, so that's interesting. What you were saying is I can make the type have the same name as this. Is that it? So I can say export type haptic type equals key of type of haptic type. Can I do that? And now I have a type called haptic type. That's weird. I don't know how to feel about that. I probably should start doing that though. Yeah, and the type is imported with the same import as the object. Interesting. That's cool. But I don't know how to feel about it. It's like that's stepping over into the whole like black magic territory. I think it's very good that I can do this, and now I can treat this as if it's an enum, I guess. I can say like type has to be haptic type. And I'm no longer getting like treating haptic type as a type even though it's an object or whatever the error would be. That seems to make a lot of sense. I like it. Yeah. I do like it, but I also don't like it. Just in terms of, I don't know. I both love when things happen implicitly through voodoo or whatever, but two different things on the page being two completely different things with the same name kind of hurts my head. I'm going to be happy with it and walk away. That's going to be my thing for the day, is walking away from things that I pretend to be happy with. I don't know how I feel about TypeScript as a whole after learning Rust. Go on. Because I know almost nothing about Rust, other than a coworker once explained to me that there was like a library using Rust to try to somewhat replace React, or not necessarily replace it, like a proof of concept of like doing what React does through Rust. And it was apparently like insanely efficient. And that sounded great. And then he did a tech talk on it where he explained the actual nuance of how it worked. And every developer in the room was like glazed over, like being like, oh my God, Rust looks impossible. Yeah, please explain, D-Laz. Yeah, please do. So are you saying that Rust is like worse than TypeScript? And so TypeScript seems better? Or is Rust like very explicit and TypeScript feels like magic? Actually, yeah. So that's the one thing I remember about Rust, is that it's like, if you reference a value, you consume it or something. Like someone that coworker tried to explain this to me, like drunken on a club dance floor once, and we were just talking about code, screaming in each other's ear, what? And basically he was saying something like, say this like is focused const we're doing here. And if I were to say like if is focused, blah, 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 that variable would no longer exist. That like, if you use the value, it gets garbage collected instantly. And so like if I were to try to reference it here, it would complain that value doesn't exist. And so you need to explicitly persist something if you don't want it to be instantly garbage collected. There is no null in Rust. You love Rust, but it feels polished compared to TypeScript, but it's so much slower to develop since you actually have to handle every return value, etc. Yeah. And And TypeScript surely is that to JavaScript. As in, like, switching over from JavaScript was difficult for me because it was like, the whole point of JavaScript is how free it is. You can return the value, and that value could be anything. You can shoehorn any random attributes in there you like, and the code will just let you do it. And so TypeScript felt so much more restrictive. But yeah, I almost want to have a valid reason to have to learn Rust eventually. But right now I just see that as like the end game boss that I dread having to ever deal with. So the concept of no null in Rust, is that like, as in no easy exits? It's like a value, if you're talking about a value, the value exists. You can't not have a value that you're talking about. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the stuff that I know. I know JavaScript, and I thought I knew TypeScript until this stream. So what was I doing? Haptic type is either pop or spin. So we're going to say if type, if we extend this massively in the future to have a bunch of different types, we'd probably want this to be like a switch statement or something. But for now, just going to have it be if type equals haptic type dot pop. And it's good with that comparison because, yeah, cool. Wasn't sure if TypeScript would complain. You can return result or option. Result has OK and error, and option has value or none. And there's something magical called match to easily check the value. So if type equals haptic type dot pop, yeah. I don't know, Rust just hasn't pulled me in. We'll see if it does eventually. You have to consider whether the learning curve of picking up a new language, such as Rust, after already becoming familiar with something else. Yeah. Yeah, like I say, I think I'd need a real reason to, as in like my dream job, working with the ideal company comes in, but for whatever reason they need me to drop everything I'm doing and become a Rust developer. Okay. If you're willing to pay for them classes or whatever, sure, I'll do it. But yeah, until then, I'll probably just stick with what I know. Rust was not too hard to learn since my native language is C++. Okay. Yeah, I was even saying earlier in the stream that I tried to learn C++ in university after having been taught programming in C. And so obviously C++ was a lot easier to use than C. But between learning those two, they taught us Java. And Java was just so easy. Or like comparably easy between the two. I loved Java. And what's weird is what I loved about Java it felt weird to then become a JavaScript developer, because with Java, what I loved about it was like how everything had to be a set type, you know? Yeah, you couldn't assign one object type to another object type, and if you wanted to do that, you had to make an interface that they both implemented and have the variable type be of type that interface or whatever. All that stuff. I loved all that stuff. Inheritance and polymorphism. And then, like, my first job was JavaScript. There wasn't TypeScript. So having to learn JavaScript for that job, I was like, oh, so I'm not using any of that stuff I learned about polymorphism and stuff. I tried to make a class definition in my first job, and people were like, what are you doing? You don't really do that in React. You just kind of play around with the components in line. I tried to like do this fancy thing with having like a constructor. It was a higher level thing. It was like an abstract class that got implemented by other classes. And I think I just like overthought it entirely. I had fun with it. But yeah, it was a bit pointless. Okay. I'm going to actually get something done with this animation thing today. If type is haptic type.pop. So in this case, we want to refine it to be either scaling up or scaling down. And so to determine that, so have a thing to assign it to. Transition type turn, oh my god, turn transition type. And this has to be specifically one of these. And I can do the trick here as well. Export type, use transition type equals key of type of use transition type, black magic. And now I can import that from use transition. So it's interesting. So VS Code is telling me, I guess it's saying like alias because it's one of two things, but it is saying to me that it is both a type and a const represented by these things. That's so cool. I'm on board with it now. So, yeah, and I guess I don't have to do this anymore because I had done, yes, this can just be bang, magic. Do I have other places where I was needlessly doing key of type of? Other files definitely have it, but I won't go refactoring everything just now. So this guy is going to be use transition type. And I guess it has to have a default value. So I guess I'll default it to use transition type dot scale up. That can just be the default, and we'll try to never need the default. My workplace pays for open source work done on my free time. I wonder if I can add teaching you about TypeScript to the open source hours. If you need me to sign off on it, we'll say what, 3 hours? 3 hours done. That's awesome. They pay you for open source work. It's really cool. Like I know at places I've worked, they'd offered to pay if I wanted to like learn some stuff. If I wanted to get a course online or something, they'd consider paying it. But that sounds like really sweet. Okay, why does it not like this? What? Oh, do I have to do as const? And then it's happy again? Oh no, now it doesn't like it. Okay, so if instead of const here, oh no, everything's falling apart. So if I make these not be const, but be arrays of use transition type, use transition type array. Okay, it's happy now. Sweet. So, and now it's not complaining about that too. We're good. It's simply saying that's never reassigned. Cool. So now we need to know at what stage in the transition we are. And we derive that by these three values: focused, hovered, and clicked. And I'm just going to pass those all through. So we'll pass in type, and we'll pass, what did I just say? Focused, hovered, and clicked. And that's going to be up here. States might be a bit of an awkward name to have in a React context, but let's roll with it. Boolean. And I'm not even going to call it states. I'll just call it a destructured object. There you go. So we've got focused, hovered, and clicked. And it's unused. This is looking very ugly. Okay, I need to get rid of that. This is a horrible looking function definition. You know what? If I put it back to states. Transition state. Transition state. Let's go with that. Type transition state. Equals. Okay, we're all good. So I want to say when it's haptic type pop, that means that it's the scaling one. And if it's focused, haptic type is, or the transition type is use transition type dot scale up. I think. Yep. Now this is maybe a time that the switch statement would have been better, but I've laid my bed now. I'm completely forgetting my shortcuts. There we go. Else. Doesn't make sense for these to be exclusionary. It can't be focused and hovered and clicked or anything. I don't think. Yeah, it should probably just be, it should probably be more order based. So if it's, I'll throw the three of them in there. Else if hovered. So focused and hovered are actually the same thing, aren't they? Yeah, returning is the one that I want. Yeah, so I kind of fucked that up. Focused and returning. Why is the music gone so quiet suddenly? All right, it's playing like a 12-minute long inscription song. Next. Okay. So, turning. Yes, it is covered here. Okay. So I think I'm just going to do it in this order. If it's returning, then it's the last stage. If it's the one before that, it's clicked. Otherwise, if it's focused. And my thinking there is that I don't know if it's currently the case, but it might accidentally be the case that with the use haptic hook, which may still be broken. Yep, it's still broken. What about the haptic component? Nope, still broken. Is it working on production? Probably not. Come on. Come on, don't tell me my website's broken. There it is, okay. Haptic. So I think this is my computer being incredibly slow. Partly because my bandwidth is being used up for all the streaming. And I'm also like watching the stream and everything. But yeah, every website seems to be loading really slowly. So what I'm saying about the ordering of the events, the way that I'm checking these things. So you can see with like when I hover or when I focus, it gets bigger. When I click, it gets smaller. And then when it's returning, it gets bigger again. And so those are tracked as like three separate things. But it could be that when it's clicked, it's still focused. And when it's returning, it's still focused and stuff. And so we want to check them in order to see like, use this value if this is true. only use this value if this wasn't true. Only use this value if these weren't true. That kind of thing. So I think it is important that they're exclusive. Yeah. Else. Yeah. None of these. I'm just thinking if none of these are true and our haptic type is pop. Yeah, screw it. I think I will stick a default value in here just in case. Transition type equals that. So else if type equals haptic type dot spin. Oh, damn. So I just realized spin is a bit more awkward because it doesn't have like a returning state, does it? Or I guess it does. Yeah, I hacked it so that it doesn't animate the returning, but it still does have that concept of being focused and returning and clicked. Okay, yeah, so I think it can probably still work. So, what transition state would I use when returning? This is interesting. Because currently, the rotation haptic, or the spin haptic, I've got it happening always just as like a forward thing, and I provide, you either get the automatic vector, which is the forward vector, so it spins to the right, or you pass a custom vector. And when you pass a custom vector, it doesn't matter which, it's not up to me to decide which way it's spinning, to the right or to the left. That's, you have specified the vector. So when it comes to the use haptic hook, translating from the fact that we are spinning to dictate which one of these to use. I guess, you know what, actually, use haptic will always be providing a vector, I think, because it defaults to the forward vector and you can override that vector if you want. So it will always be, it'll just be this. Because the only differentiation between these things is between rotate left, rotate right, and just the generic rotate is what default vector to use. But use haptic when doing spin will always provide a vector. So it doesn't matter which to use, I hope. When using type spin, we always provide a vector, so no need to specify direction. Sound good? I think that sounds good to me. So that function is doing what it should, and it... What? Oh shit, they all return scale up. Okay, good thing I looked at the type. I was like, why is it only ever scale up or rotate? So when it's returning, it scales up. When it's focused, it scales up. When it's clicked, it scales down. Cool. Get transition type. And why is it not like that? Do we not have type here? Use haptic. Okay. So that's just coming from our options. Merged options dot type. Gotcha. That's weird. Merged options should definitely have a value. So this is a nuance to how I do merging. Basically, whenever I have these hooks and I have an options object be optional, so that you don't actually need to specify any options, but that when you do specify options, you don't need to specify the full list of options. You can just do like a partial list. And so to handle like a deep merge of my default options with a partial list of provided options, I use... Okay, well that explains it. For some reason I just didn't use it here. Merge. I have a hook that does the merging and handles the typings and unions the types of the things. I just simply was not using it in this hook for whatever reason. Partial of use haptic options. I'm not touching the typings of merge again because it's real awkward. Object helpers. It's probably not actually that awkward in practice, but just in consideration it was. So the merge function, as well as just doing a bunch of deep diving of merging arrays and and objects, it's like it takes generic types of A and B being optional, and A being any record of string to any. And if A doesn't exist, we return B as a union, or that's intersection, is it? We're returning B as if it's an intersection of the two. Otherwise, we're returning A as if it's an intersection of the two. And if they both exist, we do the deep merge of them and return the merged object as an intersection of A and B. So we basically, that way, it's like even if the options you give don't have a type attribute, but the default options do, then the merged options will know that there's a type object defined on there. Yeah. Hopefully that sweat face is like a, wow, that's impressive, and not a, oh wow, that's so wrong. I'm gonna hope it's the first. So yeah, that's why basically every hook that I write, it's got like an optional options array, and I do a merge. Oh yeah, and I shouldn't be spreading it in like this. So I provide it default options, which is like the base that any additions get done to, and then bring in this options, which is basically like acts as an optional deep override. And so our merged options. Weird. Did I... Oh, okay. I wouldn't normally do that. Don't know why I did that. Yeah. I normally don't make the default options list be of the type of the options interface, because it then leads to there being like things are undefined or optional when I don't want them to be or whatever. So yeah, I'm getting rid of that. And so when I merge the two of them, so I merge my default options with the provided options, and the returned value is a union of the two, where it works out which things are optional and which things aren't. And it's a real awkward type to look at, but it works in practice beautifully. So I needed to do that for a reason. Yeah, I think I have a load of assertions that like these things exist because I wasn't merging correctly. So I was like, no, these definitely exist. Why are you complaining? And it was simply that I was doing like a really shallow merge. Cool. Transition styles. Aha. I just gave it the wrong name. Transition style. Am I not using MS? Do I need to pass that in? MS is transition MS. Transition MS. Cool. Does this work now? Probably not. Like, I've done a lot of big changes here. Where is Storybook? There it is. So does haptic suddenly work now? Oh, it does. I would have thought there'd be a rotation piece, or is that over here? Use haptic. Yes, this one has the rotation. Huh. Okay. So there's some quirkiness to it. So the rotation is not working. Oh, sorry, not rotation. Return is not working. So to compare production, where when you hover, it gets bigger, and then return gets smaller. It's like, ooh. That's not happening here. Right, and that's because I've got it set incorrectly, don't I? When returning is true. Shit. Close enough. Git push production. -1 is force. Don't tempt me. Fun fact, my last company, when I joined, that's basically what they did. End of the day. Not quite to production, but to master, and then the following day to production. Unreviewed. They don't do that anymore. But some significant companies are operating insanely badly. Just won't say anymore. Okay, so here is the problem. I'm scaling. Oh. I'm doing a scale up transition when returning. No, I'm not. I only return from the click. And that is still working, is it? The click. Yeah. Okay, it's returning from the click, no bother. No bother. Oh, it's doing like a double click, which is really weird. Sometimes, only sometimes. But yeah, it's the default state that isn't transitioning right. Which is weird. So the default transition type, if none of these are true, is set to scale up. And remind me what that's even doing. What did I have that actually change? So if scale types, I never even added a distinguisher between scale up and scale down. I just always had just if you used either scale up or scale down, it would default to scale 1.5, and that would be the animation. I'm dumb. Scale up. Right, okay. So here's what I'm thinking. I should have a scale property that's just scale. Similar to how I've got a rotate that's just rotate. That if you specify a scale value, it does that. But if you want to use a preset, like scale up, it pops up. You don't need to specify a custom value. I feel like this is becoming a weird API where like having the types at all is only there as a pointless preset that instantly becomes pointless once you provide an actual value. I'm going to run with it for the time being, but yeah, it's becoming strange. So scale. Do we even want to provide these? Alias for scale up. I feel like I'm mixing things up here because with rotate, this is implicit when the rotate vector is specified, or like, yeah, these are for when you don't specify rotate vector. But this one is just for when you specify a scale value at all. Yeah, so all the rotate ones are just about choosing what rotate vector to use. And you really don't need that kind of distinguisher for scale. So scale just shouldn't even be in the options. Right. Const default scale. I've enjoyed the stream. You'll be back another day. See you all. Yeah, thanks very much. Glad you enjoyed. Hope to see you again. Have a great rest of your day. So default scale. If I have this be 1.5, would this make sense? Because basically, what am I trying to actually achieve here? If the user provides a scale value, we use that, regardless of which type they have specified. But if they don't specify a scale, we derive what the scale value should be depending on what type they've used. So this shouldn't be in here at all. So yeah, at this point where we're using scale, yeah, okay, so scale to use is merged options dot scale, or where have I done this for the rotation value? Did I do this in get transform? Is this where I did that? Vector to use is, so this was my logic before of deriving what vector to use depending on whether or not it existed. So if I port this over to work with scale as well, const scale to use, nope, what am I doing? Leave that as let. Vector to use is merged options dot scale. And then if no scale to use, scale to use is if type is scale down. Okay, so at this point, I'll stick in some default scale up and scale down values. So where I stuck the rotate, yeah, stuck these in. Const default scale up amount 1.5. And these don't have to be overridden because providing a scale value at all is overriding it. So if we're going up by 50%, does it work to drop it to half? No, it should be 0.75. What is the equivalent? Oh my god, I'm losing the ability to do basic things. If we're scaling up by 0.5, it would be going from 10 to 15. So what's the equivalent in scaling down? We're going up by 50%, so down by 50%. Maybe it doesn't work how I'm thinking it works. I'm just going to go 0.75. Screw it. Or should it be 6, 7? Because if this is 3 halves, then this should be 2/3. I'm running with that idea. And that way I think these are more or less proportional. So, what was I doing? Scale up to use. So if it's scaled down, I'm going to say that scale is equal to scale up if no value provided. So why are these now unused? What the fuck? What did I get rid of there? Oh shit, I just got rid of a use effect that I did not mean to. Okay. Thank God. So this should be scale to use. And are we finally happy? Let's see. Let's just see if the haptic demo works. Nope, it's still returning instantly. So why would that be? So over here, where I'm saying scale up as the fallback, it should just be scale. I don't think that really changes anything because one is an alias for the other. But yeah, if we're not in any of these states, then the transition type is scale. And the scale amount should be 1, which is the initial scale. Right? So I wonder, is it just that the time is being set to 0? Probably not, because this should have focus MS, blur MS, click MS. Oh shit, I explicitly set something to 0 at one point, didn't I? Where was that? Transition MS is 0. Of course. Focus MS. That's what I changed. Okay, and now it's working again. Fuck me. I don't know why there's like still a double click or something happening here though. I feel like that's spinning the opposite direction. It's kind of hard to tell. It's like the wheels on a car spinning, and at a certain point it looks like it's spinning backwards, but I'm gonna have to slow down this animation. What is it? Click milliseconds. Set it to 500. Oh, right. Okay. It's spinning forward and then spinning backwards, which we don't want. So that's what is happening here. Right. animate return should be false. I think. Animate return. Do I just need to update the stories with that? Where's my demo for it? Yeah, so in here, actually, you know what? I'll add it to the. Nope. I was gonna add it to the stories, but I didn't even add any stories for this. So I'm just gonna add it to all of the things here. Animate return false. Oh, that's not in events, dummy. Animate return false. Cool. Just so that if any of these do end up rotating, that they don't animate backwards. So we don't want that. Expected 0 to 1 arguments, but got 2. What are you talking about? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, shit. Sorry, the dog is jumping up at me and pulling on wires. I'm going to put in animate return before this. So that if it's undefined, it'll do its thing. But if it's not, it will override the value. Okay, it's going to be happy now. Oh, no, it's still spinning back. Even though I have deliberate code in there to make it not do that. Yeah, that click is just really slow because I changed that in the controls down here. So that's really weird. I don't know why it's animating back like that. It must be just... Oh, I see. I'm setting it in use haptic. I'm setting the animation time transition MS to 0. So this is falsy. And then I'm passing that into use transition, who is seeing transition MS. Is it? What? Yeah, is MS ever checked? Damn, I was hoping it was going to be like a fallback value where, you know, I was passing it as 0, and so it was seeing if provided, otherwise use a default, and I thought it was using a default value, but I don't think I've got that kind of check anywhere in here. This is weird. Maybe I'll just debug a load, or like console log a load of shit. Yeah. Console log. Will I do the whole lot at once? Transition MS. Rotation. Clicked. Returning is focused. It's probably going to be way too much information. Way TMI, as the kids say. So, oh shit, yeah, a lot of events happen there. Why is that? Well, so it is, yeah, it's going focus true. That's correct. I clicked became true. Oh, this is a lot of info to read. So what's happening there? It's really hard to tell at what point. Yeah, shit. So many logs were coming in there at once. So there was 360 and then a bunch of stuff. Bunch of renders. So is focus became false, but is returning became false as well. Transition MS is 300. Why is that? When is transition MS ever 300? That's focus MS and blur MS. Blur MS? Am I ever even using that? Nope. No, I'm not. Gonna get rid of that. Ooh. Should be though. Should be using it. Blur MS. And I'm just going to tweak that value slightly so I know how to differentiate what's going wrong. So when I click, goes 300 and then a bunch of extra shit comes in. Or sorry, goes 360 rotation. Then a bunch of logs come in. And what's changed is the rotation goes to 0. Transition MS is 300. Transition MS is never set to 0, weirdly. But it should be because we've got don't rotate the return. But we are, in fact, never actually setting the return to true until here, but then focused is true. Transition MS being 50. It's really weird. Maybe this is down to the ordering of these checks. So if I move this first, say else if, I doubt this will fix it, but yeah, that didn't fix it. God, I was gonna do so much today. I was gonna do all this, and then also I got added into the website to have like a fade in effect, and that was after I was gonna add a Twitch chatbot to do polling. Then I lost like 2 hours trying to get a single bug fixed on my Twitch chat hook. So I never got anywhere near making a polling system. That was this morning, but a massive failure, massive abandoned attempt. Yeah. This is a bit of progress. We've done something here anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop real soon. I have not eaten since like 9 a.m. and I had way too little food even then. And it's like 3:30 my time now. Okay, just gotta fix this one other thing before I stop. So, why is this condition never met? I'm just gonna stick a debugger in and see, are we ever hitting this? I'm so confused. Where's the thingy on the right. Oh, this is Firefox. I should be doing this in somewhere else. I don't know. I don't care. Oh, there it is. There it is. Cool. Okay, so we are hitting that condition. We get to returning. Animate return is true. Animate return shouldn't be true. Animate return is set to true. Is that in the table? Is that set anywhere? Animate return. It's defaulting to true. And we're merging in the default options. Shit. Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. So all those changes, it was just because the storybook thing is wrong. So I'm going to add stories.
New follower, Holla Holla Wade and Boys.
Holla Holla Wade and Boys. Thank you very much for following. You've got such a fun name. Well, thank you for... I don't know if you just joined or if been watching for a while. Thank you very much for giving me possibly 5th follow of the day, if we're including the bot that followed and forgot to unfollow. So thank you very much. Name... Just... Use... Haptic... Screw it. What I'm doing here is I've got a way of generating storybooks from a JSON object. So all of my stories and TypeScript, or not TypeScript, and READMEs are generated off of like a little config like this. And so even the stories themselves are generated from a stories array where I can throw arguments at them. So in here, I'm going to put animate return false. Because what's happening is this, the demo component is set to have what? Default props be the default options, and the default options has animate return true. So even though it's unset in the options, it's, or yeah, even though I'm setting it here, props is specifying it as true, which we don't want. So I'm going to get rid of these overrides I put in because we're overriding it elsewhere now. Oh, what am I doing? Animate return, animate return. Okay, so now that it's set in the storybook config, I'm going to rebuild my stories, yarn readmes. So that has rebuilt all my storybook pages. So if we go to my stories config, this is an auto-generated thing now, and we can see that a new story has just been created called use haptic with animate return being false. So now when I come in here, use haptic demo, where is it? Animate return. We're showing that the API defaults to true, but in here it's initializing as false, which means that our demos here should have animate return set to false. Let's test if that works. Animate return false. Awesome. Okay, so no longer stop on those breakpoints, and let's see if it works correctly. Okay, new issue. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So what's happening is it's setting the goal as being 360 and then having to ease forward. And I think that, did that exist on production here? Or I had it somewhere. Use haptic. The hell? Oh, have I not rebuilt this in ages? God damn it. Oh well. So I think that might have still happened. But I think this might be the perfect opportunity to avoid that little notch where it's stopping and then having to move forward. And we could maybe do that with the ordering of our conditions. Might that mayhaps fix us? Because if it's returning, do this thing. Otherwise, it's clicked. Maybe not. Okay, yeah. I think that's one for another day, because I think what needs to be done there is to add on the click spin rather than, you know, like when clicked, go to 385 rather than 360 or whatever. But that's kind of little out of scope for today, I think. But we got that working. Switch these over to use transition instead of doing its own thing. So that's good. So now use transition is a standalone piece of functionality that we can add new stuff to. And that was a whole 4-hour stream. Oh. So use transition. Currently it's only doing rotate, scale. But what we'd like to do is add in like pan, fade, ease. So yeah, currently it's only doing transition stuff, or yeah, transform movements, but we'd want rotate or opacity stuff as well. So a bit of a fade in and fade out, obviously. Yeah, and this is now our entryway to do that. A hook that returns, what is it? A hook that returns a memoized style object. Perfect. And I think, actually, we'll finish off the day with a quick, very quick Pokedoku. And I misspelled it. Pokedoku. Because, you know, you come for the typos and jargon React programming. You stay for Pokedoku. Oh, weird. Normally my capture card is way too bad for this, and it... Oh, shit. No. I don't know. Normally my capture card is really bad at getting the contrast between the background and the foreground. Maybe they've updated it to increase the contrast. I don't know. But yeah, for anyone who doesn't know Pokedoku, we've got 3 rules along the top: water, Johto, and legendary, specifying what has to go in the columns. And along the left, we've got another set of rules. First in evolution line, monotype, and can learn earthquake, that specifies the rules for the rows. We've got to find Pokemon that satisfy all of them. Most people on this seem to be big old nerds, given the statistics they throw up at the end of like, oh, 98% of players got this, Connor, you big dumbass. Normally I get about half a card, maybe most of a card if I'm lucky. Very rarely will I fill out a card. Let's see if we can do it. So, legendary should be pretty straightforward. I wonder, does first in an evolutionary line mean that it has to... Yeah, it does not include Pokemon without an evolutionary line. Okay, not necessarily that easy then. So what is an evolving Pokemon? You've got... I'm just thinking about Thingy. You know the Thingy? Manaphy? So, Fion? But then again, I don't know. There's a tough distinguisher between legendary and mythical. And I'm never certain. I think mythical is event Pokemon, and Manaphy might be an event Pokemon. But I don't know if there's any other evolving Pokemon that I can think of, or evolving legendaries. Maybe I'll come back to that. So, legendary monotype. Pretty sure Mew 2. Mew, I think, is mythical, maybe? I feel like Mewtwo is just psychic. Yeah, I'm sure. 100p. Nailed it. Whoever has thought of Mewtwo. I'm the only one. Nobody else can beat me. Okay, a legendary that can learn Earthquake. Right. It's gotta be. Sorry for this weird scroll wheel. My mouse has a mind of its own. Oh my god. There we go. Am I going Manaphy? Or Fion? Am I? Anyone else in chat know an evolving first in legendary line? First in evolutionary line legendary? Can't think of any. Yo. It's gonna be wrong. Yeah, he's mythical, isn't he? Oh well. This one's just a practice round anyway. Okay. Johto. JK. I always try to remember is Gen 1 or 2 Johto or Kanto, and it's because it's reverse alphabetical. So Johto is Gen 2. Chikorita. Monotype? Ooh. Could be interesting. Struggling to think of actual Gen 2 Pokemon. So there's only 100 of them, right? Wow, my mind has gone blank. I wonder, is like Cyndaquil, is he just fire type? Real soon. I think Cyndaquil is probably just fire type. He could be like dark or something because of Smokescreen, but okay, it's good. That's a low. Those starters have really low options. It's making me think that I chose really bad options, or like, I don't know, really normie options, and everyone else tried to go obscure. Can learn Earthquake. What's the dragon? He's type ground, isn't he? Is it Tyranitar? Yeah. I'm going with him. Okay, sweet. I could have gone more obscure and gone with one of the earlier ones, but I'm not even certain that they're type ground. So, water monotype. I mean, right? Have to. Can learn. Oh, it's Earthquake water. Interesting. I guess Swampert. Presumably. Okay, we got this. We can get 8. Oof. First in evolutionary line water, and I've already used Squirtle. I'm fucked. Yeah. Weird that when my mind went to water starters, the second one I went to was the game that I played most recently and hated the most. I didn't hate it, but you know. Is he the only... Okay, so I have no idea what Cosmog is. Type null can fuck off. I'm going to become a Rust programmer, so there's no such thing as type null. That's a callback to earlier when we were talking about Rust. Only my hardcore fans get that reference. So yeah, Cubfu. I think this one has screwed me over before in the past. I'm like, oh yeah, Cubfu is a legendary evolving Pokemon. Gotta remember that. I played the DLC for Sword and Shield, was it? Yeah, I played the DLC, like 10 minutes of it, and couldn't get into it, which is annoying because I paid like £30 for it. I got a Cubfu, never evolved him. He doesn't have a place in my heart. But yeah, anyway. Thank you very much for joining me, everyone who joined on stream. I really appreciate it. If there's anyone who hasn't followed, please note the counter in the corner. We're a mere 3 followers away from hitting the next arbitrary goal of 40 followers. So you could do that before the end of stream. I'd really appreciate it. I'm just going to stick a thing into chat. So there's my link tree where you can find links to the code base, Discord, I was going to say social medias, but I don't think I've got any of them on there other than like my YouTube channel where you can follow along with videos that I put up. I think one went up this morning. So you can be one of the first people in the world to watch that because it has not done well so far. And even just to see the next time I'm going live, there is our Discord channel for anyone. Discord server for anyone who wants to join in. And see when I'm going live or ask questions about what I'm building or make suggestions about what to build. Really appreciate that. But yeah, one of the longer streams I've done for a good while, ever since I first started and didn't know constraint or restraint. It's a good day. Thank you everyone for joining. Hope you have a good rest of your day. That was a bad goodbye.
Nobody serenades you but me, Bats. Take it away, boys. Take me on home to the asylum.